little bit fast. Thank you so much. We are now 80. This is 81. So that we can start it. Okay. Just look at the details. The maximum of in the platform is 100. But during the breakout session, please requesting the coordinators to be in your specific field. So the district supervisor, I hope uh, you already have informed your coordinators on the specific links that they are to use for the breakout session. Okay, thank you so much.
So as of now, we are 83 in the platform. Good morning, everyone.
May I request others to please put off your microphone to give way to our MC and also our moderator for the first part of our orientation, please. And may I request also camera off muna. Sorry. Thank you so much para we can maximize the the strength of our connectivity. Para we can maximize the
I would like to request Miss Iso, Miss ISO to hello, good morning.
morning, everyone. So may I request others to the microphone, please, and also the camera. Put off your mic and also your camera. We will now start with our preliminaries. May I now request Ma'am Nilda Galaura, our MC for the preliminaries and our moderator for the first part of our orientation. Ma'am Galaura.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am Lil, good morning.
Good
Good morning,
morning.
everyone. Good morning, PSDSS. From Cluster 1 to Cluster 5. School heads, good morning. Are you now in? My fellow EPSS, good morning. I miss you. So as of now, we are all 88 in the platform. Minutes from now, we will start the orientation. I would like to request Ms. Elmera Campos to have his camera off. Once again, good morning. Hello, everyone. How's your life in this new normal? Okay, shall we start, ma'am?
Yes, we will now start, Neil.
Okay. So once again, good morning. My bow of respect to our schools division superintendent, Ma'am Maria Lisa R. Tabilon, to our 3 ESD Ma'am Judith J. Jodeline Ramos, and Ma'am Judith V. Romagera, to Sir Arman Gumapon, to our CID Chief, Dr. Lilia E. Abilio, my fellow education program supervisors, PSDSS from Cluster 1 to Cluster 5, school principals, subject coordinators, senior high school coordinators, all teachers of Zamboanga del Norte Division. Good morning and welcome to this virtual orientation of DepEd Order number 31 series of 2020. Our department, the Department of Education, formally opened the school year 2020-2021 under the blended learning setup last October 5, 2020. The school year poses lots of challenges, of course, to all of us, and hopefully we realize that coping these challenges is one of our contributions in carrying the burden of our government due to COVID-19 pandemic. Before the opening of classes, many of our teachers, school principals, PSDSs, and even ourselves had asked on how our learners be graded on this blended learning approaches. Today, our queries will be answered by DepEd Order 31 series of 2020, thus this virtual orientation. And so to start with, shall we focus our attention to this platform as we show our love and loyalty to our country by singing the Philippine National Anthem, followed by our sincere prayers to our Almighty Father, and the singing of the Zamboanga del Norte hymn by multimedia presentation. Julius?
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, kaya sa sinangalan, alam ng puso, sa titik ko'y buhay. Upang pinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa mandudupin, di ka pasisikin, sa nalatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ang pagaw, ay tinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iingin, ang pituloy at araw niya kailan, ang ay di matitigil. Luman ang araw ng warhagit pagsingka, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya naman ay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
I'm so blessed, my Lord, I can see you in all the lovely things so fine and true. I see you in the beauty of the flowers and the rain. I see you between the lines of a sweet refrain. I'm so blessed, my Lord, I can see you. Even when I'm lonely and in pain, I see you in the beauty of the stars at night. I see you in my life, I feel alright. glory of sweet success. I see you, Lord, every hour, every day. I can see you, Lord, whenever I pray. I'm so blessed, my Lord, I can see you in the smile, be sweet and true. I can see you in the eyes of my very best friends. I see you in these bonds, just like your love would never end. I see you, Lord, in sorrow and in happiness. I see you with the glory of sweet success. I see you, Lord, every hour, every day. I can see you, Lord, whenever I pray. I see you, Lord, in happiness. I see you with the glory of sweet success. I see you, Lord, every hour, every day. I can see you, Lord, whenever I pray. I pray. I can see you, Lord, whenever I pray. I see you, Lord.
This time, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Judith V. Romagera, will give her words of welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. My salute to our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Lisa Tabilon, my Somos, Ma'am Julie, Sir Armand, Ma'am Lilia, the Chief of CID, supervisors, principals, and all that are involved in this virtual exercise. I wish you good health and happiness amidst the busy schedule that we have. Today is very significant. We shall be having a walkthrough of the voluminous debit order on assessment. So in this particular undertaking, we wish to encourage everyone to implement or practice shared responsibility. The assessment of learning outcomes assessment or the grading system that is going to be used for our students for school year 2020-2021 is a shared responsibility of everyone involved in the curriculum implementation. Not only is it a responsibility of the teachers, but also a responsibility of the school heads and everyone in the education system. We also involve the parents, and of course, we look into the growth and development of the learnings of the learners. So that I'd like to invite you all your undivided attention to be really focused on the battery of speakers prepared for this exercise. Uh, don't don't ever miss out on the inputs, because if you are going to study the depth order all on your own, you will be bored, I guess, because there are a lot of pages. But in this seminar, the voluminous, as I said, the voluminous depth order is going to be summarized by the speakers, so that it will be understandable to everyone, who, especially the teachers who will be implementing this. So also, if you give your undivided attention, you can bring the exact and correct and concise information to the teachers, and so that the teachers can implement this correctly in the field. Feel free to raise questions if there is something that is not clear, if there is something that you would like to be clarified. Feel free to type on the chat box, because probably if you are going to bring this already to the awareness of teachers, there are questions that will be asked of you. So think ahead, what probably are the questions of teachers in terms of this depth order on assessment. And probably the teachers are already reading this. So kailangan tayo, mas advanced tayo. We have to be several steps ahead of our teachers for us to really capacitate them. So again, good luck, and thank you for your continuous presence in all the webinars that we have organized for you. Again, your undivided attention is very important for the growth and development of the learners. Again, sasabihin ko ulit, gas-gas na ito para sa bata, para sa bayan. A pleasant morning, everyone.
Thank you, Ma'am Judith. This time, the checking of attendance and the presentation of participants will be done by our Education Program Supervisor in Araling Panlipunan, Dr. Arcelita B. Zamoras.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Niels, our Master of Ceremony for this morning, for this orientation. My warmest greetings to everyone, especially to the top management of the Schools Division of Zamboanga del Norte. To our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Liza R. Tabilon, to our three strong Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Dr. Judith V. Romaguera, Dr. Maria Judeline J. Ramos, and Dr. Armando P. Gumapon. To our Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division, Dr. Lilia E. Abelio, to the learning facilitators of this orientation, to the strong education program supervisors, to the 35 public schools district supervisors who are also with us in this virtual room, all other participants composed of elementary and secondary school heads and learning area coordinators both in elementary and secondary, other guests who are at the FB live stream, our participants in the virtual room and then the FB live stream. Blessed day to all. It is very essential that we are going to acknowledge your presence for this very significant orientation since this is called as interim guidelines. This is an intervening important thing for this pandemic. So this is very important since we are using the distance learning delivery modality, and this is something a cure or an answer to all our queries, to all our problems. So therefore, it's very essential. So this time we are going to acknowledge your presence by cluster. So listen to the instruction. As your cluster is called, we are to inform you that we are strengthening the platform of the schools division of Zamboanga del Norte, which is called Norte, which means navigating opportunities to re-engineer for transformation and empowerment. So listen to the instruction, ladies and gentlemen. For cluster one, please type at the chat box the word navigating. Cluster one, all cluster one participants, please type the word navigating. Okay, so we are now seeing some of the words navigating. Correct spelling, with correct spelling, Jude. Thank you so much. Next, let's proceed to cluster two. Cluster two, of course, you write the word opportunities. Cluster two, write the word opportunities. Wrong spelling, wrong. Joke. Correct mga spelling. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's proceed to the next, the cluster three. Please type the word re-engineer. Re-engineer. Okay. You haven't seen yet the word re-engineer from cluster three? Okay, we are now seeing, we are now starting to see some of the participants from cluster three for the word re-engineer. Okay, for cluster four, transformation. Transformation. Okay. Okay, so we have now we have now seen some of the participants from cluster 4 typing the word transformation. And last but not the least, the cluster 5, the word empowerment. Empowerment. Yes, we have seen empowerment at the chat box already. Okay, thank you so much. And for all the division personnel, together with our top management from the SDS down who are now in the platform, will you please type the word Norte, all in uppercase letters, Norte. Okay. You haven't seen yet the word Norte? Yes, thank you. Ma'am Milda, other EPS, Ma'am Lisa. Thank you, Ma'am Liz, our SDS. Okay, so we are now in the platform to our schools division superintendent. In the platform, we are 100. No, we are 100 in the platform, and we are expecting more than this number at the FB live stream. Thank you, everyone, and blessed day once again.
Thank you, Ma'am RC, Maring RC. Now, I would like to ask your full attention to this platform as our very own schools division superintendent will give her message. Please welcome Dr. Maria Lisa R. Tabilon. A virtual clap for
Good
Ma'am.
morning, everyone. And thank you very much for your attention. I thank also everybody for having me again in this platform to join you in this particular undertaking, which pertains another endeavor for the schools division to capacitate and empower our field officials in the areas of assessment and the continuous delivery of quality education to our learners in spite these challenges of COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, the worldwide health crisis led learners to adapt to either modular distance learning or to digital learning for almost a month now. We never have experienced a pandemic that caused a social crisis and a subsequent massive closure of schools. But we did have typhoons, fire, flooding, and other experiences, whether man-made or natural occurrences, which caused suspension of classes for days. Those must have been precautions for us to plan proactively, but we didn't because we know they will only be for a few days, and we can always cover up for the days missed by children for learning. We never have thought of this COVID scenario to happen. And at first, everybody were just happy to comply to the stay home, stay safe policy. But when the virus cases continued to rise, and we seemed not to have the opportunity to go back to school and work again. Well, but in spite all this, we managed to have classes started last October 5, which largely eliminated the teacher's control over active learning time. Instead, bringing students self-regulatory, volitional, and motivational abilities, as well as parents' control over learning time to the fore. I am happy that today is conducted this orientation, which is focused on assessment of learning. As the issuance underscored, this is an interim guideline and will therefore be useful in a circumstance most applicable at the time being. There is also an issuance of the regional office, which is aligned with the central office issue directive. And this needs everybody to put into consideration the issuance is issued which was issued by the regional office. I am hoping that as instructional managers, supervisors, and implementers, we will not be satisfied with only reading the content, but also in understanding and knowing how we may apply our learning and understanding to better improve our new way of educational service delivery to contribute to an at least evidence-based or data-informed discussion within and between persons, like with teachers, with parents, or with local government officials, or within and between institutions by our schools and other entities who are helping us, who are supporting us during this crisis. And also in various disciplines, like for instance, discussion between and among our school administrators with PSDSS administrators with their teacher coordinators or teacher coordinators having a discussion with education supervisors who are in charge of the different learning areas, or with PSDSS with their as instructional supervisors with their counterparts who are instructional managers, so that this ultimately will give us a basis for our policy implementation or any improvement that we can make for our service delivery. We take this undertaking as actually another opportunity that we can navigate so that we can continuously re-engineer, and thereby we can make or we can transform people from mediocrity to being empowered. And for this, we are happy that this conduct of today's activity is held. But as I was saying, we do not encourage to focus on this alone. or to focus only to reading and knowing the content of the memorandum. Instead, we would like everybody to think of ways on how the content of this can be useful in our service delivery. Knowing that in the coming days, in the coming months, there will be assessment that we will be conducting in order that we will be able to find out how we can better improve the learning experiences of our children while doing their learning at home with their parents. At our end, we already have started some initiative, and at the moment, we are proposing at the local government office, the provincial local school board, the hiring of additional PSB paid teachers or the para teachers who we see would be very helpful in order that we can be given assistance in the distribution of our modules, and in order that we can also address the needs of our learners and our parents in the learning of their children while at home. And so we are thinking that these para teachers that hopefully, if approved and would be granted by the provincial government office through our governor, we can already deploy teachers beginning the month of November, when supposedly, if we only were able to timely establish our learning hubs and provide the necessary orientation for our learning hub managers have been already utilized beginning the opening of classes, which was last October 5, 2020. But things would never actually, what we intend to do would never be late as long as we would be able to do it effectively. And so, with our conduct of this activity today, we hope everybody to be guided. We hope everybody to find the inspiration in the performance of their task. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you again for your participation in today's convergence. Please make good use of this time. Take this an opportunity so that you can be empowered as an individual, and you can be among the empowered individuals who serve the Department of Education, Zamboanga del Norte Division. Thank you very much, and good morning once again.
Thank you, Ma'am Liz, for the meaty and inspiring message for all of us educators of Zamboanga del Norte Division. So this time, to give us the statement of purpose for today's convergence, please welcome our Assistant School Division Superintendent, Ma'am Judeline J. Ramos.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the SDO family, SDO Zamboanga del Norte family, headed by our SDS, Ma'am Lisa Tabilon. Can I be heard? Naririnig
Yes,
ako?
yes, yes.
Okay, thank
Very
you.
clear.
Sige. My task this morning is to present. Dali lang po Wait lang. Hello. Ayan. Kita ba? Kita pa man. Hindi siya makita. For a while.
Asa tong presentation mo?
Na,
Ito ka na eh.
For a while, pasensya po.
F5 lang.
Sige. Makita lang ang presentation ko. Nakikita po.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So, my task this morning is to give the statement of purpose. Actually, there are only two objectives now for this morning's convergence. So, what we have today is orientation on Deped Order number 31, series of 2020, and the Regional Memorandum number 206, series of 2020. Now, we are aware that we are in the new normal, so all of us are adjusting, no? And one of the challenges of the teachers is how to assess learning with the blended learning or the distance learning that we are implementing, no, in the new normal. So how do we assess learning in the new normal? Okay. So the first objective of this orientation is the discussion of the policy guidelines for assessment and grading as contained in Deped Order number 31, series of 2020. Now, if you were able to grab a copy and printed the entire DO 31 series of 2020, ito po, no, ang kanyang mukha. It's around 240 pages, including the 205-page classroom assessment resource book. Now, kung nakita na ninyo anong nasa loob ng ano ang mga annexes of this Deped Order, it will really help our teachers because there are a lot of sample assessment and rubrics na pwedeng gamitin ni teacher. So, makapal po siya, no? Now, another reason, another objective, another purpose why we are here is to determine the necessary assessment strategy with formative assessment taking priority to inform teaching and promote growth and mastery. Now, on our own, sometimes looking at the Deped Order at saka gaano siya kapal, we might not be able to have the time, no, to go through the pages of this Deped Order. But this morning and the whole day today is a great opportunity for every one of us to at least go through what is Deped Order number 31 and how our teachers will be guided through this Deped Order and how can we give our assistance for our teachers to be enlightened on how to assess our learners in the new normal, no? Okay, so ito kasi ang scenario, no, in the different houses after na-deliver na natin ang mga modules, no? We have here a picture of a learner na nagsusulat on her own, no? Independent siya. And then mayroon ding isa, may module na, may mga books pa, may laptops pa. But the question sa kanya is, if my classmates are going to cheat on an online exam, why can't I? No? Because apparently one of the hesitations natin mga teachers, no, one of the I think mga doubts natin is how will our learners answer their exams, their tests, no, ngayon na nasa mga bahay-bahay sila, and then ang kanilang mga magulang ay ang kanilang mga guro. So we have here also a picture of, hello, my name is Mom and she is the teacher for the day. At saka this one, the last picture, itong sa baba, is viral in Facebook, no? So, paano ba ang assessment natin? How sure are we? How sure are our teachers na yung ina-assess natin ay the learnings of our learners and not that of our parents? So, sa una, before, ang mga ginikanan, the parents magtapok, kaya mag-inistoryahay, mag-chismisahay, karon magtapok sila, kaya nag-answer sila sa module sa ilahang mga bata. So how sure are we that what we are assessing are the learnings rather of our learners and not that of parents. So basig ang na first owner hinoon ang mama, no, dili ang anak. So these are some of the things that will be answered in this one day convergence natin ngayon. And I know that you will have your breakout sessions, and maybe during the breakout sessions mas maklaro ano yung mga dapat nating mga sagot no sa ating mga katanungan now that we are here in our new normal. So why do we assess? Of course, everybody is a genius. But we are in a different time right now, no? So sabi nga, everybody is a genius, sabi ni Albert Einstein. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. Ngayon naman, because we are in the new normal, wala ang ating mga mag-aaral sa ating mga classrooms. Nasa kani-kanilang mga bahay sila. At ang kanilang learning partners, ang nagtuturo sa kanila, ang kanilang teachers, ay ang kanilang mga magulang. So how do we assess them? No, ano ang mga expected na mga outputs? Ano ang ini-expect natin na isasubmit ng ating mga mag-aaral pagbalik ng kanilang mga modules o ng kanilang mga activity sheets kung mayroon man at ng kanilang mga iba't ibang gawain. Because sa Facebook na ang daming mga hugot, no? There are a lot of mga comments na ang dami-daming pinapagawa ni teacher ngayon sa kanilang mga anak at napapagod si parents kasi si parents pala ang sumasagot. So, hindi dapat gano'n, no? Dapat si nanay, si tatay, si ate at si kuya ay kaagapay lamang. So, hindi siya ang sumasagot. Kaya nai-stress si nanay, si tatay, si ate, si kuya kasi sila ang sumasagot. So, I think ang assessment na gagawin natin ay angkop sa new normal, angkop din sa ating mga mag-aaral sa level ng kanilang kaalaman. So that, no, we will not end up, ang ating mga learners will not end up believing that they are stupid or depressed, no? Because also, yun na nga nakita natin ang answer ng DepEd na because maraming mga mag-aaral, mga youth nga, mga kabataan ngayon ay taking their own lives accordingly and because of the modules, not actually, wala namang direct connection, no? But because ito ang sabi nila nagiging problema ng ating mga mag-aaral sa ngayon. But it's not like that, no? It's not that easy also to connect na ang dahilan ng kanilang pagpapatiwakal ay dahil sa mga modules, no? Mas marami pang mas mabibigat na mga suliranin ng ating mga kabataan and wala naman silang ganung mga pag-iisip. So, I think DepEd also is doing its own task, no? Naghahanap din ng paraan. How do we answer? How do we strengthen? And how do we give a support to our learners and also to the parents para naman hindi umabot na may nawawalan ng buhay. So with that, no, I think everybody is excited for us, no, for this wonderful and well-planned out activity for the whole day. So I hope that after this, no, may mga katanungan naman na hindi natin lahat masasagot. But I think we are on the right track. And when we assess learners, yung ginagawa natin ay talagang authentic na assessment, no? Assessment ng ating mga mag-aaral at hindi po assessment ng ating mga magulang. So maraming salamat po. Thank you very much and good morning. Stay safe. God bless us all.
Thank you, Ma'am Julian.
Stop.
To answer our queries on how our learners be graded in this new normal school year, we will now proceed to the orientation proper, which will be started by our first speaker, no other than our CID Chief, Dr. Lilia E. Abilio. Ma'am Lil. Ma'am Lilia.
Yes, Neil, I am preparing my presentation for a while.
Okay, Ma'am Lynn.
Can you now see my presentation? May I ask?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Morning greetings to our school division superintendent, Dr. Maria Lisa Artabilon, to the three assistant school division superintendents, Ma'am Gumagera, Ma'am Ramos, and also to Sir Gumapon, to my colleagues in the division office, the education program supervisors, the facilitators of today's orientation, to the public schools district supervisors, to the school heads both in the elementary and secondary level, to the coordinators in all the learning areas, even the kindergarten coordinators are with us, and the coordinators of the learning areas from both in the elementary and secondary level. And we are also inviting the senior high school coordinators later to be with us in the platform, and to all the school heads who are watching, viewing us through Facebook Live, and also maybe others are in YouTube. We are live also, and to all the teachers of DepEd Zamboanga del Norte Division, greetings of peace from us in the schools division office. So today is our division orientation on DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020. What is this? DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020. DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020, dated October 2, 2020, is the interim guidelines for assessment and grading in light of the basic education learning continuity plan. So this will be our guidelines in assessing our learners for this school year 2020-2021. This will be our guidelines in grading our learners both in the elementary and secondary level in this school year. So may I present to you the details of this implementing guidelines. This DepEd order is addressed to the undersecretaries, the assistant secretaries, the Minister Basic Higher and Technical Education, the BARM, Bureau and Service Directors, Regional Directors, Schools Division Superintendents, public and private school heads, all others concerned. Number one, in its commitment to ensure teaching and learning continuity while looking after the health, safety, and well-being of its learners, teachers, and personnel, the Department of Education issued DepEd Order number 12, Series 2020, titled Adoption of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan for School Year 2020-2021 in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. So if you can recall, we already had our orientation on DepEd Order number 12, Series 2020. We had that for 3 days. And this is the commitment of the Department of Education to ensure teaching and learning continuity despite COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, looking after the health, safety, and well-being of all of us, teachers, personnel, and also the learners, all of us in the Department of Education. That's why we do not have the face-to-face as of this time. We We ensure teaching and learning continuity utilizing the modules learners now are at home for this purpose. Number two, to supplement the said DepEd order or to supplement DepEd order number 12, DepEd issues the interim policy guidelines for assessment and grading in light of the basic education learning continuity plan, and this is articulated in DepEd order number 31 series 2020 to provide guidance on the assessment of student learning and on grading scheme to be adopted this school year 2020-2021. Number three, as DepEd pursues learning continuity, it is imperative for schools to take stock of assessment and grading practices that will most meaningfully support learner development and respond to varied contexts at this time. So that we are hoping that the assessment and grading practices that we are employing or adapting in school will be very meaningful to the learner, will support learner development, will give encouragement of the learner, and will appreciate her capacities and also the weaknesses that the learners may accept the weaknesses and that will welcome the teachers and the facilitators providing technical assistance to him or to her. So that's the purpose of assessment. That's the purpose of grading the learners. So in this DepEd order, you will be guided on varied assessment and strategies that will guide you on how to grade the learners in this time of pandemic for the school year. The policy is grounded on the following principles. Assessment should be holistic and authentic in capturing the attainment of the most essential learning competencies. So for the school years, the competencies had been compressed to fit in with the call of the time, and we call these competencies as the most essential learning competencies or the MEL. So we are hoping and that this DepEd order will guide us so that we could give holistic assessment and authentic assessment despite our distance learning modality that we are adapting. Assessment is integral for understanding student learning and development so that teachers can understand more on how to guide or will have an the guidance on how to guide the learners for better understanding and how to guide the learners in her learning development. So that assessment is very important because the teacher after giving the assessment will have her decision. What will be the instructional decision of the teacher after viewing or after getting the result of the assessment of the learners? So that is an integral part so that we can better assess our learners, our students. Letter C. A variety of assessment strategies is necessary. And that DepEd order number 31 is as thick as 256 pages because this DepEd order is giving us variety of assessment strategies, and that with formative assessment taking priority to inform teaching and promote growth and mastery. This is our desire that teachers will be informed how will the teacher give the technical assistance to the learners based on the result of the assessment. Will it be for enhancement? Will the the learning activity sheets provided or additional activity sheets provided for remediation, or will this be for enhancement for learners who can really complete the modules prior the estimated time or the allotted time before retrieval, so that this will be part of the instructional decision of the teacher, so that it would be informed teaching, and that it should promote growth and mastery of the minimum learning competency. And we are hoping, and this is our desire, that the learners will have a positive attitude towards modular instruction, and we are also hoping that the facilitators at home, the parents, and also their elder brothers and sisters, or maybe others have their tutors at home, will really be guiding, positively guiding the learners at home, and that we need to ensure that uh, anti-bullying will not be uh, a reality at home, but the home should be child friendly. Much to our desire to put up a child friendly school, the same, the home should also be a child friendly home. Assessment and feedback should be a shared responsibility among teachers, learners, and their families. So even if the time that we had our face-to-face, we are advocating this one, that assessment, that learning is not only the sole responsibility of teachers and of the school, but of the community, because it takes a village to educate a child, and this is a very popular adage that we are still until now advocating. So the more this time that learners are there in their abode, in their homes, and we do not have the face to face, but it doesn't mean that teachers and us will be outside the scene when it comes to learners' ability to learn and of what they are to learn every week and based on their modules. But it is our responsibility, teachers, and of course the learners should be responsible of their own learnings, but of course of the families to give them encouragement as they study their modules at home. So this is the responsibility of everyone, and we do hope that we are of the same level of understanding, including the parents, when it comes to assessment and also of student learners learning. Assessment and grading should have a positive impact on learning, with the hope that there isn't and be a negative impact of assessment to our learners. But when it comes to assessment, usually this will be associated with negativity, especially if the grade is not good. So technical assistance and should be there right away. As soon as we have the result of the assessment, even on the assessment of the modules every week, when they answer the activities in the modules right away, the teacher should give the technical assistance if the child is not doing well based on the result of the assessment, so that instead of the negativity in the mind of the child that the modules will be returned with untouched. The modules were returned. Some modules were returned. Not even a single activity has been answered by the child. That is something that is a priority. The child is the priority of the teacher and of the school. So that there should be outrightly technical assistance if that situation will occur in your school or in your class. Number 5, this policy shall be implemented in all public elementary and secondary schools nationwide for school year 2020-2021. While DepEd Order Number 8, Series 2015, titled Policy Guidelines on Classroom Assessments for the K-12 Basic Education Program is still in effect, provisions inconsistent with these new guidelines are suspended for this school year. So take note, there are still some provisions of DepEd Order Number 8 that are still in effect. But those inconsistent with DepEd Order Number 31 Series 2020 will be suspended or are suspended for this school year. So please stay tuned with us. This is a whole day activity, and the education program supervisors will facilitate on the provisions of DepEd Order Number 31 Series 2020. Please, I am hoping and praying that you are in a location where you can get the best of the connection today, and you are comfortable where you are, because we really need your full attention during the discussion of the provisions of DepEd Order Number 31, Series 2020. Private schools, technical and vocational institutions, and higher education institutions, including state and local universities and colleges offering the K-12 basic education program, are encouraged to implement these interim policy guidelines as well. So they are encouraged, even the private schools. Private schools and institutions are permitted to modify these policies. So only the private schools are permitted to modify, but us in the public schools, so ordered. Now, DepEd order, so ordered in this DepEd order, we are to strictly follow this order. But for the private school, they can modify according to their policy, vision, and mission with the approval of the respective DepEd regional office. So in case the private schools will modify some of the provisions of DepEd Order Number 31, they need the approval of the regional director. But for us, this should be strictly followed. Additional information to help implement effective assessment practices are in line with the principles of this policy can be found in the Classroom Assessment Resource Book. Enclosure number 2 of this DepEd order is Classroom Assessment Resource Book. So there will be additional information on how to implement effective assessment practices, so that you can refer after our orientation. We are encouraging you to have also the soft copy or the printed copy of this DepEd order, so that you can just refer to the provisions if you have some doubts. Okay, so let's forgo for number 7, because this is in case there will be inquiries, you can contact on this. This is actually number 8. Immediate dissemination and strict compliance of this order is directly. So strict compliance for us in the public schools. And relative to DepEd Order Number 31, Series 2020, is the issuance of Regional Memorandum Number 206, Series 2020, dated October 13, 2020, the Regional Policy on Assessment. And this has reference to DepEd Order Number 31, Series 2020, otherwise known as Interim Guidelines for Assessment and Grading in light of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, and DepEd Order Number 12, Series 2020, entitled Adoption of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan for school year 2020-2021 in light of the COVID-19 public health emergency. This region issued the Regional Policy and Assessment. I did not capture all the provisions of the regional policy because This policy, the region emphasizes the guidelines policies on assessment that include written works and performance tasks of learners as articulated in DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020. So I did not just show to you the entire regional policy on assessment, regional policy and assessment, because it is the reiteration and just emphasizing the guidelines and policies based on DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020. Thank you so much. Please stay with us. Stay safe always. Stay tuned with us. Don't leave the platform. I hope you have the best of the connection. We will learn as we walk through, as we discuss, as we uh, present to you the provision of DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020. Good luck to all of us. God bless. Stay safe always. Stay tuned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ma'am Lil. To discuss to us the rationale, the scope, the definition of terms, policy statement, procedures, planning the assessment, please welcome our speaker, the Education Program Supervisor in Araling Panlipunan, SPED Focal Person, Dr. Arcelita B. Zamoras.
Thank you, Ma'am Nels. Once again, good morning, Zamboanga del Norte. So this time, I would like to request everyone to please prepare your notes and your papers or even bond papers for you to jot down significant things as we go on with this orientation. And this time, I would like to request everyone to please get your papers and ball pens. Let us have quiz first. This is our priming activity. We will give you 5-item test. Are you ready now? So I hope everyone has already their ball pens and papers. Okay, let's proceed to question number 1. This is just true or false. DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020, or the interim guidelines for assessment and grading in light of the BELCP or Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, supersedes DepEd Order number 8, Series 2020 on policy guidelines on classroom assessment for the K-12 Basic Education Program. Just write true or false. We will check your answers later after during the breakout session. Okay, done. Let's proceed to the next item. Again, it's true or false. DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020 provides that summative assessment in the form of quarterly examination shall be given to learners regardless of the distance learning modalities. True or false? Okay. Do not copy. Thank you. Next, number 3. Cover your answers. Number 3. Teachers should ensure that learners who consistently perform below expectations in summative examinations will receive remediation blank. A. By the end of the grading period. B. When the pandemic is over. C. At the end of the school year. D. By the 5th week of the quarter. Okay. You can write only the letter, or you can write even the whole phrase of your answer. Okay. Are you done? Let's proceed to item number 4. Which is not a component of the assessment in grading a learner at the end of the quarter as stated in DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020. Letter A, written works. B, performance tasks. C, attendance. D, quarterly examination. So we presume this time that you have scanned in advance the DepEd Order number 31 Series 2020. Okay, again, you can write the letter, the correct answer, or you may write the phrase or the phrases or the whole answer. Okay, let's proceed to the last item. Number 5. The implementation of the policy shall be monitored and evaluated at least once every quarter by the blank. A, Schools Division Superintendent. B, Education Program Supervisor. C, Public Schools District Supervisor. D, School Heads. Okay, write your answer. Okay, so we will check your answers later, and then you will also know the answers for these items as we go on with our discussion. So, adili mamilok ha, mga kaigsuunan. So, let's proceed. What is our lesson for this day? It's all about the enclosure to DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020. The rationale, the purpose, the scope, and including the planning of this assessment. So this is the title of this enclosure to DepEd Order number 31, which is also the same title of the DepEd Order. Interim Policy Guidelines for Assessment and Grading in Light of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. So if we say interim, ladies and gentlemen, this is an intervening thing for this period as we are having this COVID-19 pandemic. So we say interim, this is just temporary as we are experiencing this pandemic. So the rationale for this enclosure or for this DepEd order is that just the continuing threat of COVID-19 in the country and even to the whole world that brings about unprecedented challenges to basic education. So as schools prepare for 2020 to 2021, no, we are continuing this, and in fact we have this basic education learning continuity plan for our Department of Education, and even in every division that we are having our learning continuity plan. So teachers and parents must adapt to alternative learning modalities to ensure that learners achieve essential curricular goals. Even despite in the midst of this pandemic, that we are continuing our education and taking care of our learners to achieve essential curricular goals. This will require creative and innovative ways of designing optimal learning experiences and assessing learning progress effectively under adverse circumstances. So we are now adopting modalities, and this time we are now innovating learning assessment for to measure learning progress effectively. So as stated in DepEd Order number 8, series of 2015, the policy guidelines and classroom assessment for the K-12 basic education program, assessment should be used to inform and improve classroom practices and promote learning outcomes. However, in distance or blended learning environments, it is necessary to utilize alternative tools and strategies for assessing and supporting learning while avoiding creating undue pressure on the teachers, learners, and their families. So meaning we are innovating this with also some of the flexibility, not leniency for this. For this scope, this DepEd order provides for the interim policy guidelines for assessment and grading in light of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or the BELCP, that will be implemented by public, elementary, and secondary schools nationwide this school year 2020 to 2021. So this is the scope. And as stated in the DepEd order, all private schools, technical and vocational institutions, and even higher education institutions, including state and local universities and colleges, offering the K-12 basic education program are encouraged to implement this interim policy guidelines as well. So this is included in the scope and which is also mentioned in the DepEd by the DepEd order itself. So private schools and institutions are permitted to modify these policy guidelines according to their philosophy, now considering their philosophy, vision, and mission with the approval of their respective DepEd regional office. Again, for this implementation, this is very clear, and this is also clearly stated by the DepEd order itself. This is to be implemented in all, note, all public elementary and secondary schools nationwide for this school year, 2020 to 2021. And DepEd order number 8, series of 2015, is still in effect. Take note. But provisions, since consistent with this DepEd order 31 series of 2020 guidelines, are suspended for this school year. So there are things which are inconsistent because before we are having this face-to-face, no, as we are in the school, but this time we are now in the distant learning delivery modality. So some of the provisions of the DepEd order number 8 are suspended, and it is stated in this interim guidelines in DepEd order 31. Private schools, technical and vocational institutions, and HEIs, higher education institutions, including state universities and colleges, offering to this K-12, this is already discussed earlier, including private schools and considering their vision, mission, and values. And of course, with the approval of the DepEd order. Okay. Now, including to this enclosure is, or are the definition of terms for the 4 very significant terms for the classroom assessment, summative assessment, formative assessment, and grading. Okay. So take note what is classroom assessment that you are having, no? And what is summative, what is formative, and grading. Classroom assessment is an ongoing process of identifying, gathering, organizing, and interpreting quantitative data and qualitative information about what learners know and can do. So this is referring to the data. So how can you get the data if you don't have the tool, the assessment tool? Okay. Then for the summative assessment, usually administered towards the end of a learning period to measure the extent to which the learners have mastered the MELs or the most essential learning competencies, the results of which are recorded and are used to report learners' achievement. So take note, you are using this one, and then this is also in accordance with the order number 8. You are using summative assessment to assess learners at the end of a learning period. Okay. For formative assessment, involves teachers using evidence about what learners know and can do to inform and improve their teaching. So for formative assessment, this is not only to assess learners of what they have learned, but also to assess what you can do to improve your strategies, your teaching ways. Okay. So teachers' immediate feedback enables students to take responsibility for their own learning and identify areas where they do well and where they need help. Okay. For the word grading, it is a way of reporting assessment data by assigning a value to the results as a record of a student's ability, achievement, or progress. So we say grading, that's already the rating taken from all the scores, taken from all the tasks given to the learners by the teacher. Okay, this is now the statement of the policy. DepEd is committed to ensure learning continuity in time of crisis while looking after the health, safety, and well-being of all its learners, teachers, and personnel. While we are implementing this, while DepEd is committing to this, to the pursuance of this learning continuity, and then we are also ensuring that the well-being of all learners, the teachers, and personnel is taken care of. So schools must adopt assessment and grading practices that can most meaningfully support student development and respond to varied contexts at this time. Again, considering also the assessment principles that have been discussed earlier already by our Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division. These are the assessment principles that she had discussed a while ago. Okay, so I think there's no need for me to read this again, the assessment principles, which is clearly stated at the DepEd Order 31 series of 2020. Okay, let's go back to the policy statement. Teachers, school leaders, learners, and parents must commit to uphold the integrity of learning and instruction in the context of distance learning. Since we are now establishing strong partnership with the parents, with the teachers, with the school leaders, with the learners, no? And how to give or to provide learning to each learner. So considering in the context of distance education. The desired outcomes, letter A, to ensure that all learners are fairly assessed and graded. So fairly assessed, take note of that being highlighted in that statement. Fairly assessed and graded in the continuation of education during health crisis. And to emphasize that learning standards shall be attained with the provision of reasonable leniency and considerations for possible difficulties met by the learner. So possible reasonable leniency, flexibility, not to give more difficulties during this context of distance education. Di na to pahirapan, no? Okay, these are the procedures. Distance learning poses challenges for teachers. This is very true. And learners, even to learners in the conduct of assessment, including limitations on giving feedback and the need to account for different contexts in designing, implementing, and grading assessment tasks. And to address these challenges, learners, teachers, and parents or guardians each have significant roles and responsibilities. So this is the roles and the responsibilities of each, the teacher, the learners, the parents or guardians are well defined in this DepEd order. Okay, for teachers, for this school year, particular focus will be given to the following. For the teachers, take note, teachers. These are all all yours, your roles. Designing the assessment to allow for flexibility in the multiple modalities. Next, communicating to learners and parents or guardians the design and standards for grading the assessment. So despite despite this pandemic, without this face-to-face, we should also communicate constantly the parents, the learners' parents or guardians, for these standards for grading in this assessment. Setting up mechanisms to monitor and record progress remotely. Giving timely, constructive, and relevant feedback. And facilitating remediation for learners who need further guidance. Okay, so it's also your role, after assessing every week, you can you will know what are the weaknesses of each learner. So you will facilitate remediation or remedial instruction for these learners also. For learners, you need to also relay this for learners. Learners are expected to be proactive in updating their teachers of the situation, progress, and challenges they encounter. Di ka pahilom-hilom na. So you are going to encourage your learners also that they will constantly communicate to you the situation, the progress, the challenges that they have encountered. And they know a non-mandatory self-monitoring tool, which is attached in this Annex E, may be accomplished independently or with the assistance of their parents or guardians if necessary. Then it is not required to accomplish the self-monitoring tool, but its usage is highly recommended to keep track of the learner's academic progress. Okay, so this is not mandatory, no? But its usage is very recommended to keep track of the learner's academic progress. For the parents, parents are requested to assist in the assessment process by communicating with the teacher to give updates of their child's situation, progress, and challenges encountered. So same as the situation of the learners, that the parents also shall have constant communication with the teachers as to the progress, the child situation, the progress, and the difficulties encountered by the learner or by their children. Then guiding their children in accomplishing the assessment tasks and our monitor tools designed by their teachers. Okay, that is for the parents. Now, let's proceed to planning the assessment. Let us not forget this one. The teachers need to be creative and flexible. So considering your roles, teachers, considering your roles and the step and order, you are also urged to be creative and flexible in assessing student learning, but still adhere to the principles of quality assessment practice. Okay, you will also always adhere to the principles of quality assessment, but you need to be very creative and flexible in assessing student learning. Assessment decisions must be made in the best interest of all learners, with safety, health, and well-being in mind. Okay. Then, teachers shall ensure that all assessment activities are aligned with the MELS. Okay, so take note that all the things that you are designing should always be aligned with the most essential learning competencies. Do not be out of your track. You always be guided with the MELS. That everything that you have that you will design in your assessment should always be aligned with the MELS. It should always be reliable. Is it reliable, valid, and transparent? It should always be consistent to the context of the learners. Fair, inclusive, and equitable. It should always be based on the context of the learners. Practical and manageable for both learners and teachers. Do not go beyond which cannot be reached. No? Give learners a range of ways to demonstrate their learnings and provide timely and accurate information as basis for feedback. Feedbacks are very important. It should always be based on the context of things that you cannot, which are not done previously. Distance learning modalities, teachers need to design the assessment with the assumption. Please be reminded with this. Teachers need to design the assessment with the assumption. Learners will asynchronously take the assessment. No, we say asynchronously. They can have their offline assessment, or they will be given enough time to answer the assessment. Then learners have open access to various sources. Do not forget to provide the resources to these learners of yours. That's why we are also having this mapping of all the learning resources, so that you can also provide these resources which are relevant to all your learners. And there are questions to consider when deciding on which assessment method to use. First, what is the purpose of your assessment or the assessment? Now, what is the purpose of the assessment? What will be assessed? So you are going to ask these questions. What method would best allow learners to demonstrate what they have learned, considering their learning delivery modality? So this is non-copying method, no? Because we are basing on the context of the learners. Now, your purpose and what will be assessed for a certain learner, and what method would best allow learners to demonstrate what they have learned, considering their learning delivery modality. Then which method would make it easy to gather evidence of learners' progress over time? Will the assessment be completed individually or in groups? Okay, so you will assess you are designing your assessment. Will the assessment be taken at the same time or submitted within a specific period? How will class size affect the way the assessment will be conducted? Then how can technology help? So these are the questions that you are going to consider when deciding on which assessment method to be used. Now let's proceed to the formative assessment. In order to inform teaching and promote growth and mastery, formative assessment strategies should establish clear learning targets and success criteria. This is in total stipulated in the attachment or in the enclosure of DepEd Order 31. Letter B, elicit useful evidence of learning. C, provide timely and effective feedback. D, engage learners in assessing and improving each other's work. And E, increase ownership of their own learning. Okay. Then Annex A provides a matrix of sample techniques for each formative assessment, and this Annex A will be discussed later with the next speakers. And teachers are highly encouraged to adopt these techniques where appropriate and to explore other alternatives that are feasible in their respective context. Formative assessment is about getting better, and because this is already read to you a while ago, so it should be specific, frequent, or repetitive, and free from the restrictions of grading. Take note, free from the restrictions of grading. It should target skills that are necessary to the attainment of learning competencies as measured in the summative assessment. Okay, so that is formative. To evaluate student learning at particular points in each quarter, summative assessment shall continue in the form of written works and performance tasks. Written works, I will say written works shall be administered to assess essential knowledge and understanding through quizzes and long unit tests. So these are considered written works. Items should be distributed across the cognitive process dimensions as stated in DepEd 2015, page 4, using a combination of selected response and constructed response formats so that all adequately covered. So we say selected response type. There are types of tests which are considered selected response. You know that also already. And we say constructed response formats. These are some of these are essay or some others which are no selection, with tests which have no selection or options. Performance tasks refer to assessment tasks that allow learners to show what they know and are able to do in diverse ways. They may create or innovate products or do performance-based tasks, including skill demonstrations, group presentations, oral work, multimedia presentations, and research projects. I think group presentations can't be done, but individual presentations can be done for this. Then oral work, multimedia presentation. Okay, by other means, you can also contact the learner and have that oral work. Okay, Annex B provides a list of sample summative tests. Later, somebody or a learning facilitator will give you Annex B too. Okay, performance tasks must be designed to provide opportunities for learners to apply what they are learning to real-life situations. In addition, teachers should take into consideration the following. Each task must be accompanied with clear directions and appropriate scoring tools. Oh, take note with that. Clear directions, appropriate scoring tools. What are the examples of these appropriate scoring tools? We have checklists, rubrics, rating scales, and others to help learners demonstrate their learning. Okay, it is also included in Annex C for sample scoring tools. Later, you will know those annexes. Teachers are advised to collaboratively design and implement performance tasks that integrate two or more competencies within or across subject areas. Complex tasks may be broken down into shorter tasks to be completed over longer periods of time. And this is also included in Annex D for sample integrative assessment tasks. Learners must be given flexibility. Take note, flexibility, the word flexibility. Okay, leniency in the accomplishment of the performance task to consider time and resources available to them. Okay, it's an issue, no? It's already an issue that there was already a learner na naghikog, no? Taken his own life because it's the issue. Ang issue ko no, it's about module, nga wala gidawat ang ihang module because it was submitted late, no? Take note, they will be given flexibility. No, they're going to answer asynchronously of all their assessment tests given to them. Okay, nonetheless, all learners within a class should be assessed on the same competencies using the same scoring tool. Teachers must exercise their professional judgment in carrying out summative assessments, providing enough opportunities for learners to practice, and to redo their work whenever necessary. Giving them time, giving all the learners to redo their work whenever necessary. So that talks about flexibility. So that they can reach their learning targets with the least amount of pressure. Para walay mag-uol, para walay maghikog kunuhay, para everything will be taken lightly. Teachers should set realistic expectations and use professional judgment to find a good balance between what is effective and what is feasible to accomplish remotely, because we are considering this distance learning delivery modality. Thank you so much, and see all some of the participants in our breakout session later with Araling Palipunan and special education. Once again, keep safe, everyone.
Thank you, Marcy. And Antonio Leong, our training program supervisor in education, will discuss to us conduct assessment remotely and feedback and revision to Dr. Antonio Leong.
Good morning to each and everyone. Good morning, Sambuanga del Norte Division. It talks here about the order number 31, series of 2020. It is more on the procedures, the standard way of the process dealing with the continuity plan, the DepEd. This topic talks not only in the grading system, the application of the grading system, but as well as the classroom accountability. It talks also about the continuity plan in the Department of Education. So in order to go on, we have to follow, observe the standard process so that there will be no problem encountered in the future. So when we say procedure, it talks about the way and how to do the correct way in order to achieve a good ending. Here it talks about the conducting assessment remotely. If possible in all aspects, there must always be assessment in this process. Communicating the assessment task. In communicating the assessment task, teachers must ensure that the following details are explained. They must be oriented so that there will be no problem encountered ahead. Letter A, objective of the assessment task. This must be clearly explained what is all about the assessment task. Avoid repetition. Letter B, rules of learners and parents, guardians. Parents need to orient, to know the rules, to be coaches of their own learners. Letter C, procedures and expected timeline. there must always be the deadline, the timeline to where to get this ending. Letter D, standards and rubrics. There must be always the standard, otherwise everything will be futile in going the direction we want us to do. The rubrics must be all considered as a learning process of the learners. Here also it talks about the teachers must consult the learners and when necessary, parents and guardians. Take note, necessary. It means it is essential. It means it is part of the learning process of the teachers in giving their modules. Parents, guardians to allow classroom for adjustment. Flexibility is needed. This is more a question of the classroom. The classroom now is more on what we say, the place where they're learning achieved. It is not more on the four-wall corners, but rather, whatever place they want to know, that is the judgment of the flexibility of the word classroom. If there are some questions and there is some compromise of the parents, as well as the teachers, there must be consultation between the PSDs, the heads, as well as the head of schools. Hindi lang sila ang mag-decide everything on how to do the learning process, but as well, the school principal and the PSDS must know all the things what goes on the classroom, on the learning process of the teachers and the students as well as the parents. There must always be a mutual communication, an open line between these learners involved. There must always be a constant communication between people who are involved in the learning process of the learners. Not the teachers alone can decide everything, but rather you have to ask them opinions from the depth, from the hierarchy. So PSDS, principal, as well as the division office, superintendent. Number 20, record of progress. This is a step-by-step retrieval of feedbacks. Write records for evidences. This is more on the collection of recording of evidences of learning, because it is not only the part but essential for monitoring student learning and development. We have to know their levels, where they have gone so far. Listed below are some example strategies for this purpose. Why? It is because it is necessary that the learners must know where they want to go, and the learners has to limit, because as we said, the MELC standard curriculum is spiral. Therefore, you have to learn from the basic to the more complicated one. Helping learners as well is an integral part of coaching the teachers, because here the strategy and methodology has to be applied wisely. There is self-monitoring tools. This will be explained later. Annex E, consider the needs of learners per key stage. Kailangan malaman natin kung saan sila nagkamali, kung saan sila nagkukulang, so that we can follow up their level. So parents has to be sensitive, and the teachers has to be sensitive also, as well as the decision must be sensitive for their learning to be effective. Early grades need assistance from parents. Of course, this is necessary. While all the learners are expected to accomplish self-reflection tools on their own. So kailangan din a total maturity has to be achieved in the learning process. Not only they are good in psychomotor, but as well as they're good in the affective side. Let there be check-ins of teachers with learners. We need, as I said, constantly consider our part in the learning process, because it is only the teachers who can unlock all the difficulties. Parents are not trained to that purpose. It is only the teachers, the school heads, as well as the PSDS has more knowledge on the updating of the learner's capacity. Evidence of learning in the student's learning portfolio. We need to have those portfolio to guide them and to know the levels of their learnings. Let us see feedbacking and remediation. We need to have this feedbacking recorded and to remediate what to do. There it goes, the creative and innovation applied. The differentiated strategies is needed when it is necessary for the learner's capacity level. To benefit student learning, both formative and summative assessment must be accompanied with timely, constructive, and meaningful feedback based on the learner's record of progress. So we need time to time, from time to time, we need to examine, we need to review their portfolio. That is the only way to know their capacity, their learning levels. Parang hindi natin alam kung wala tayong kapasidad o wala kayong kapasidad, tayong kapasidad, kung hindi natin makikita ang kanilang mga portfolio. In giving feedbacks, teachers need to maximize, use wisely your time, available communication options. This will be explained later. Writing feedback on the output, texting feedback via SMS, the short messaging system, and using online channels if there is, among others. Annex F provides a guidance to help frame decisions in appropriate feedbacks to learners. So this is more in the check-out balance level. The learning process must be checked out so that we will know the level of our learners. 21. Consistent with the Department Order Number 8, 2015, teachers should ensure that learners receive remediation. That is one of the reasons why there is always the webinar, so that there will be new technique, strategies in applying the learning modalities in our own classrooms. When they earn raw scores, this is more critical. Pag makita natin na talagang nagbababa ang takbo ng kanilang grado, this is the time where our consultation, creative, innovation, talent, skill of the pedagogy is needed. So this is constantly below expectation. Kung hindi natin talaga nakita ang kanilang raw score, mahirap yan. Dahil saan tayo mag-baseline. So kailangan natin ang baseline ng kanilang scoring. Because rubrics are not grades, they are a way of identifying. They are tools to know where the level learners. In summative assessment by 5th week of any quarters, so there will be a summative. There will be innovation on this summative. Just always listen to the webinar so that we can know 5th week, if any quarter. I guess there are four tests, quarter test, formative, and yes, formative, 4 weeks, four test formative. This will be explained later. This will prevent a student from failing in any areas at the end of the year. So, mayroon tayong safety nets kung saan talaga darating ang kanilang lalalaman ng mga bata. So as I said, in the same way, we cater their needs and satisfaction of educating themselves through the new way of learning modalities. So my dear and fellow workers of DepEd, this is the standard way. However, if there is some remediation and there is some compromise between the learning process, do not fail to ask your heads of school as well as the BSDS to the division office. So, good luck and may the Lord bless us. Thank you, dear participants of the Department of Education.
Thank you, Sir Liao. At this very moment, the math wizard of the division of Zamboanga will discuss to us grading promotion of our learners. Please welcome Sir Ismail Yusuf.
Dili pa ako. Little di man ko. Neil.
Sorry. Sorry. The role of technology, monitoring and evaluation, effectivity reference of Dep Order 31 series of 2020 will be discussed to us by Dr. Anita D. Sobebe, the Education Program Supervisor of Filipino.
Si Sir Maing Paman.
Ma'am Nels. Hello, Ma'am Nels.
Ako na.
Sir Maing pa, Ma'am Nels. Sir Liao.
Okay, okay.
Sir, after Sir Liao, sir, then after
Grading and promotion.
Okay.
Dr. Anita. Okay, so this time, please welcome Sir Ismail Yusuf.
Oh, makita ko akong presentation, makita na. Hello? Neil?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Grading.
Alright.
Yes, sir. Very clear.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. This time, my topic is about the grading and promotions. I want you to get your notebook and pencil and ballpen to take note of on how to solve the grades during pandemic. Okay. I will not read in toto the paragraph. Hello. Madungog ko.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Yes, madam.
Alright.
Sir.
All right. I will not read the paragraph in toto. I will just pick up the important and significant lines. First line is the role of grades that play in student learning. Grades, without grades, we can expect students will strive hard in their study. By giving assessment and giving grade, they are motivated. Another line should be interpreted is the grading system implemented this interim policy provided reasonable leniency to learners who are put to a larger disadvantage by the pandemic. This time, our grading system is only temporary. This is only for the school year 2020-21. Therefore, since pandemic is disadvantage to the students, grading system should not be strict. We should be flexible. We should be flexible to the students because we are not teaching them face to face. The blended instruction is disadvantage for the pupils or the students. Therefore, giving grades should not be given strictness. However, it should not compromise the integrity and principle of assessment and grading. The integrity meaning is there should be honesty in the assessment. The parents should cooperate with the teachers during assessment. Parents should not teach their daughter or their son. And the assessment should be with validity, reliable, fairness, and flexible. So this year assessment will have two components. The written works and performance tasks shall be administered to assess the content and performance standard that describe the knowledge, abilities, and skills that learners are expected to demonstrate. This task could be designed to include the following. Now, these are the following. Student learners' portfolio that documents are the evidence of learning within the grading period, including self-reflections. self-evaluations of performance tasks guided by rubrics. Therefore, teachers, when they give performance tasks, students should be informed of what are the rubrics to be assessed and self-selected best output in learning module. Okay, we have so many modules. The learning task, the important task should be chosen by the teachers that be included as to be placed in the portfolio. Now this time, we have the maximum 4 written works and 4 performance tasks within quarter, meaning probably one in 2 weeks, integrating 2 or more competencies. Meaning, in every 2 weeks, example, the week 1 and week 2, teachers should give assessment, one long quiz every 2 weeks, and 1 performance task every 2 weeks. Week 3 and 4, another assessment to be given by the teacher. The preparation of this test item should be, if possible, it should be not like test item. Okay. Now, week 5 and 6, another test or performance task. Week 7, 8, another test to make it fall written works and fall performance tasks. Okay. Now, sometimes all competencies could be covered by the performance task. Example, a performance task can be used to assess science, math, and English all together for a certain topic. This is thematic. Certain topic in one topic, you can combine in the performance task the science, math, and English all together. Now, since this time the component of assessment is only 2, we have the written work and performance task. The quarterly assessment weight is 20%, is no longer, it will be distributed to written work and 10% for written work and 10% for performance task. All right, let's proceed. Now, let us proceed now to the weight distributions of the summative assessment component for learning area for grades 1 to grade 10. Assessment component, we have only 2 this time, written works and performance tasks. Okay? Therefore, we don't have any more quarterly assessment. Now, in languages, that is Filipino and English, written work is 40%, performance task is 60%. For Araling Panlipunan, we have 40% and 60% for PT, performance task. For ESP, we have 40% written work and performance task 60%. For science and math, written work is 50%, performance task 50%. For MAPE, we have EPP and TLE. Can you pull away? Nawala ang presentation? Hello? Hello?
Sir Maeng, dili makita
Sir?
ang presentation.
Sir,
May
ganina,
camera naman eh.
wala presentation.
Ang camera naman eh. Alright, just take note, just take note. I'll explain to you, just take note. Kay kuwan man na siya. Gamay naman ang kung kuwan. Makita na dili. Ana,
Wala, sir.
Wala pa, Sir Maeng. Wala pa.
Wala pa, sir, Maeng.
alright, alright. Okay, just listen. Just listen. Just take note. Just take note. Di man klaro kung kuwan. Di man kuso kung signal. Alright. Weighted distributions of the summative assessment component for senior high school. Di makita? Alright. For senior high school, weighted distribution of summative assessment component for senior high school. Core subject. Senior high school, core subject. Written work, 40%. Performance task, 60%. All teachers should know what is their core subject. The core subject, that is, subject is true to all tracks. Now, in academic track, the HUMS, the GAS, all other subjects is 40% and 60% written work, performance task. Immersion, research, business enterprises, simulation, exhibit performance is 50% written work and 50% written task. Di makita gyapon? For TVL.
Sir, di wala makita tayo, so wala makita sir yung
gamay di akong kuwan. Kana makita. Okay, just take note. Hindi na matawang ani. Okay, just take note. Hindi na matawang. Let us have a computations. Okay, hanglang ko, di matawang na kung kuhan. Hinay, di makita. Alright. Okay. Sample computations of written work and performance tasks, languages, AP, ESP for grades 1 to grade 10 and senior high school subject. Gamay naman ako po.
Yes, Mr. Mai. Hello. Sir, it will be presented by Christine.
Okay. Ako na mag-explain. Ako na explain. Sige. Okay na. Ako na mag-explain.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay na, Ma'am Lil?
Pwede pa padakan din.
Sir, sa table, are you not explaining the table, sir?
Oh, ako, okay. Oh.
Table 1, are you now in table 1?
Table 3.
We will start from table 1, sir.
Okay, table 1 ulit. Table 1.
Yes, sir. From paragraph 26, sir.
Oh, table 1. Weight distributions of summative assessment component. Table 1. Okay.
Oh, sir, please start from 26. Paragraph 26.
No, not paragraph 26. We are now in 21.
Okay, table 1. Table 1.
Weighted distribution.
Okay. Sige, sir. Thank you.
All right. Table 1, weight distributions of the summative assessment component for learning areas for grades 1 to grade 10. You can see we have only 2 assessment components, the written work and the performance task. In languages, Filipino and English, AP and SP, written work is 40%, performance task is 60%. Now, the weight of science and math in written work is 50%, and performance task is 50%. For MAPE, the weight of written work is 30%, and MAPE, EPP, and TLE, performance task is 70%. Okay, let us proceed to table 2. Table 2, weight distributions of the summative assessment components for senior high school. Now, the assessment component written work in core subject area in senior high is 40%, and in performance task, 60% in core subject area. All teachers in senior high school know what is their core subject area in every track. Now, in academic track, all other subject written work is 40, performance task is 60. Work immersion, research, business enterprises, simulation, exhibit performance is 50% for written work, performance task 50%. For TVL, written work is 30% and performance task is 30%. Let us proceed to table 3. All right, table 3 is now sample computations of written work and performance tasks in language, AP, ESP for grades 1 to grade 10 and senior high school core subject. All right, we have the written work is 40% and the performance test 60% for that subject, AP, SP, and languages and senior high school. Now, we are going to have a full written work. First item given by the teachers in a long quiz is 20 items. Second quiz is 25 items. Third quiz is 20 items. Fourth quiz is 20 items. To make it, the total of the item is 85. And that is what we call the highest possible score. If, for example, your item highest possible, if item is the total is 100, that is what we call the highest possible score. If the total score you have is 90, that 90 is your highest possible score. Therefore, that 85 is not constant. Now, let us example of learner A. In first quiz, learner A get 18 correct, got 25 in item quiz second quiz 22, third quiz 17, fourth quiz 20, fourth quiz 17, I should say, the total of 77. Now we are going to get the PS. How to get the PS? You are going to divide the learner's total raw score. That 77 is called a raw score. You divide a raw score by the highest possible score. Meaning 77 divided by 85, you get 90.58, 0.1958. After that, you are going to change that 90.58 to percent. Therefore, you move two decimal places, 0.90 become 90.58. However, we should round up to 91. Therefore, since the weighted average of written work that we have is 40% for AP, language, SP, we should multiply that 91 by 40%, meaning you change that 40% to two decimal places, that's 91 times 40. The answer is, we have there is, the answer is times 40, the answer is 36.4%. Right? That is now full written work. For performance task, the weight is 60%. First performance task, you give 15. Second performance task, 15. Third, 25. Third PT is 20. The total of 75. Now, learner A was able to get a point of 12 in first performance task, second performance task 13, third 19, fourth 15. The total of 56. Again, you are going to get PS. PS is percentage score. You are going to divide 56 divided by 75. When you divide 56 by 75, you have the quotient of 0.7666, 0.74666. You are going to round up that 462.75. Then that we have now 0.75 change to percent, that become PS become 75%. PS in performance task is 75%. Am I clear? All right. Now, since we are given a weight of 60% for performance task, you multiply 75 times 60. When you multiply 75 times 60, you get the answer of point. You get the answer is 45%. Now, in getting the grade for the first quarter of the students, you are going to add the written work 40% and the performance task 60%. The written work 40%, we have the weighted average of 36.4%, and performance task 60%, we have the weighted average of 45%. When you add 36 plus 36.4% and 45, you have 81.4. That is the initial grade. 81.4 is not the final grade. You are going to get you are going to transmute. You are using the DepEd Order 8 series of 2015. We have a copy of transmutation table. It is complete. By transmuting 81.4 to quarterly grade, we have 88. We have 88. Now, the final grades of Learner A is 88 for the first quarter. That is for the languages, AP, ESP, grades 1 to 10, and senior high school core subject area. Let us proceed to table 4. Table 4, sample computations of written work and performance tasks in math, science for grades 1 to 10. It's mathematics. The same example given in the highest possible score, and the first quiz is 20, second quiz 25, third quiz 20, fourth quiz 20. The total is 85, and that is now the highest possible score. The same first quiz, but remember, this is not constant. It depends upon the teachers give long quiz, the item. It is not. It could be up to 25. First quiz, learner A will got 18 correct. Second quiz, 22. Third quiz, 20. And fourth quiz, 17. The total of 77. Now, you are going to divide again the total of the PS is called, percent score. You are going to divide learner 77 by 85. That is PS. PS is equal to learner score divided by highest possible score. When you divide, the answer is 91. The same, 91. The same we have now. We have 90.58, round up to 91%. Since in mathematics, the written work weight in mathematics and science is 50, you are going to multiply 91 by 50%. When you multiply, you get the weighted average, WA, 45.5%. Let us proceed to performance task. Performance task in math and science is 50%. The same items given, first performance task is 15, 50, second 15, third 25, fourth 20. The total item of performance task is 75. Now, learner A was able to get 12 first quiz, first pretty, 13 second, 19 third, 15 20. The total of 56. You are going to divide again, 56 divided by 75, then you get the PS of 75. You have the PS of 75. You are going to multiply 75 by 50. You have the weighted average of 35.5. After that, you add the weighted average of 45.5% and the weighted average of one task, that is 37.5. That is the initial grade is 83. Again, this is not final. We are still using DepEd Order 8 transmutation table. From 83, it becomes 89, the quarterly as grades. Okay. Now, last, sample table 5. Sample computations of written work and performance tasks in MAPE, EPP, TLE for grades 1 to grade 10. You can observe we have the same example. First quiz 20, 25, 20, 20. The total highest possible score is 85. First quiz 18, second quiz 22, third quiz 20, then 17. The total items that we have, the raw score is 77. We divide 77 by 85, we get 90.58. Round up, it becomes 95. Since the written work for MAPE, EPP, TLE for grades 1 to 10 is only 30%. Wait is 30%. We multiply 91 by 30%. First, we are going to change that 30% to decimal. It becomes 0.30. We are going to multiply 91 by 0.30. The product is 27.3%. Okay. The same with the performance task. We have the same items given. 15 first, second 15, 25 third, fourth 20. The total possible score, highest possible score in the performance task is 75. The written now for the learners A, first performance task 12, second 13, third is 19, fourth is 15. The total raw score is 56. We are going again to divide 56 divided by 75. Okay, then we are going, therefore the answer is 75. Then we multiply that by 70 because the performance task weight for MAPE, EPP, TL is 70. 70 times 75, we have a percentage of 52.5%. To add, to get the grades, initial grade, you add 27.3%, 27.3%, and 52.5%. The sum is 79.8. Now you get again the transmutation. The transmutation level, which is appendix B in DO number 8 series, is still be used in this grading system. This guideline on learner progress report as well as on promotion and retention shall likewise follow the provision cited. All right. Therefore, the grade of learner A is 87. Now, in depend order 8, there is promotion and there is retention. Pupils will be promoted if all subjects passed by that student. If 2 failing grades for the students, failing grade, they will be given remediations. But if it is 3, the student should be retained. However, we should have leniency. We should have grading system given grades to the students with rational leniency. We should be kind. We should consider that they are teaching themselves. It is self-learning. It is a remote learning. You are not explaining to them how to get the answer. From grade 1 to grade 4, most of the teachers is their parents. From grade 5 to 6, pupils can now teach themselves. They can learn by themselves. However, from grade 7 to grade 12, good if their parents are educated, or example in mathematics or math major, they cannot afford to solve grade 7 mathematics even though they are graduates of education or any course, as long as they are not math major. Therefore, as teachers, because of pandemic, we should give considerations. As long as you give the assessment with validity, reliability, flexibility, and fairness. We should always have assessment. Again, remember, every 2 weeks, we are now late, we are now in the 4th week. Next week, we are now in fifth week. Every 2 weeks, first week 1, week 2, we should give one long quiz. Week 3 and 4, one long quiz. Now we are now in week 5 by next week. We have not yet given any single long test. This is one way how to motivate students to learn. Without assessment, education is paralyzed without feedback. Thank you, and God bless us all. May God bless us. Keep us safe always. Thank you very much, everyone. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Maeng.
Okay, thank you, Neil.
This time, the role of technology, monitoring and evaluation, effectivity, and reference of EO31 series of 2020 will be discussed to us by the Education Program Supervisor, Dr. Anita T. Subebe.
Good morning, everyone, to our schools division superintendent and to the 3 assistant schools division superintendent and to our CID chief, my co-education program supervisors, the public schools district supervisors of the 35 districts, school heads of the elementary and secondary schools, subject coordinators, teachers. Good morning. So this is just a continuation of the Fed Order number 31. This is on the procedure, the role of technology in this time of pandemic. How are we going to assess? So that's technology plays an important role in helping teachers in the development, in communicating, implementing, and grading the task of our learners. So a simple matrix of sample tools organized by central office. This is on low form of technology, medium form, and high forms of technology is provided for you in Annex G, the assessment for remote learning that will be tackled by Dr. Grace de la Cruz later. That is on page 33 of DepEd Order number 31. So it's very important that teachers, you should go over to this Annex G because you are guided on what kind or what form of technology you're going to use in making or developing your assessment tool. This is depending on the teachers on what you are going to use according also to the level of your level of performance of your learners as being seen in the modules that being returned to you. So you will find out what's the level of learning of your learners because according to the answers, you can already detect what form of technology you are going to give. It could be high, it could be medium, or could be low. So more of that will be discussed by our education program supervisor later. So monitoring and evaluation. It is the work of the school heads to implement and supervise the compliance of teachers to this DepEd Order number 31. The primary responsible and accountable whether you have followed this DepEd order it's the work of the school heads. So it is already understood that school heads will really check. They can see it if you complied with this DepEd order by checking your class record, submission of your grades at the end of each quarter. So this policy in the school to ensure that this is really followed. It is the work of the school head because they are your immediate superior and they are the ones really supervising you immediately or physically. And the first thing that you're going to do is to communicate to concerned stakeholders, not only the teachers. So who are your stakeholders in the community? The people whom you're going to inform, the parents, the PTA, they are your stakeholders. They should be well informed of this DepEd order, how their pupils, how their children, your students are being uh, rated in their performance for this pandemic time. The regional and schools division offices shall jointly monitor the compliance of schools with these guidelines. So the schools will be monitored both by the regional office and by the SDO, the division office. So in the regional office, the in charge is the curriculum learning or CLMD, the curriculum and learning management division. And in our division office, the curriculum implementation division or the PSDS and the education program supervisors in all learning areas. So we will be diligently collaborating with the regional office in order to ensure that the provisions of DepEd Order number 31 Series 2020 are complied with. So yan ang gagawin namin. So mag-monitor talaga kami sa mga paaralan, sa mga principals, how at the school level, the implementation of this policy shall be monitored and evaluated at least once every quarter by the school heads. So once every quarter. We don't have quarter exam, but still the computation of grades are really should be followed according to this DepEd order and was discussed by Sir Yusuf a while ago. The school head shall prepare a quarterly report that includes the challenges and issues. What's the use of the challenges? We know that there will be many challenges and issues regarding this DepEd order as you are going to implement this in your level in the school because this is also in accordance with the modules that we have distributed to the field. So there are really many questions encountered already as the teachers have already read this DepEd order. So we are going to tackle that during the breakout session by subject area. So throughout the policy implementation, there will be many challenges and issues. So why is it's very important for the school head to communicate this to the division office through the curriculum implementation division? The purpose is for their reports should contain these challenges and issues. These reports are very important to us because this can be the basis for our report to be submitted to the regional office, and the regional office in return will submit to the central office. So take note, challenges and issues of this DepEd order are very important for us to gauge and to have a substantial report. The overall policy feedback from the regional office after gathering the reports that we are going to submit to their office shall be provided to the DepEd Central Office. What's the use for that? in order for them to evaluate again the policy to have continuous or make continuous improvement of its design and implementation. Then sabihin natin, bakit pa mag-continuous improvement na para man lang sa ngayong taon na to? Why? It will also be useful in the future. Baka mayroon silang makita na kailangang baguhin, rebisahin, at magamit natin para isama doon sa ating DepEd Order number 8 Series 2015 na pwede pa rin gagamitin natin ngayon. So it will also be used in improving the design and systems of the learning continuity plan. So that's the purpose why they will be asking from us a report on the challenges and issues of this DepEd Order. So this will be useful to them. No, the report, the content of our report must be substantial because that will be useful to them in arising challenges in making plans for the future. If in case there will be similar COVID-19 pandemic, sana wala. Such information shall be addressed to the Office of the Director 4 of the Bureau of Learning Delivery. So this will be largely used by the regional office, it not us, because our work is to submit the report to the regional office. The schools shall submit the report to here in the division office. So walang no overpassing of offices. We should follow protocol. Effectivity of this DepEd order. This order shall take effect immediately upon its approval and shall remain in force and in effect for the duration of school year 2020-2021. So approve na po ito, kaya kailangan na nating i-implement. This shall be registered with the Office of the National Administrative Register or ONR at the University of the Philippines, UP, Law Center, UP Diliman, Quezon City, of course. Kasi napalabas na ito sa field, of course, na-register na yan sa ONR. So, this DepEd order is already or will be in effect. DepEd Order number 8, Series 2015, that is the policy guidelines on classroom assessment, yung ginagamit natin last year and beginning 2015, ginagamit na natin yan, is still in effect. But there are some provisions inconsistent with these guidelines are suspended for upcoming school year. So maaaring mayroong mga provisions doon na hindi natin magamit ngayon. Marami. Isa na yon ang quarter exam kasi wala tayo. Okay? So, DepEd Order number 8, Series 2015, some of the provisions are still in effect. So, yung magamit natin, gamitin natin. References, there are 6 references while building or making this DepEd Order. There are 6. I personally give this to you because you can read this. Find time to read all these references because it can help you understand. Rather than asking many questions into your minds, have it read. Okay, thank you. God bless us all.
Thank you, Ma'am Sudebe. This time, our Education Program Supervisor in MAPE will discuss to us Annex A of DepEd Order 31 Series of 2020. Please welcome Dr. Arturo J. Lambda.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Nels. In wala man akong presentation. For a while. Yes. Concept 10%. This one. Okay na. Okay, thank you very much. Is my presentation already visible to the screen from Nels? Okay na ba?
Yes, sir, Lamdag. Okay na.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Nels. I would like to express my morning greetings to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Maria Lisa Artabilon, and the three assistant schools division superintendents, Dr. Judith Lumagira, Dr. Jubilin Ramos, and Dr. Armando Gumapon. To our CID chief, Dr. Lily Abelio, SGOD chief, Dr. Joy Singson, fellow education program supervisors, district supervisors, school heads, district subject coordinators, my dear teachers who are watching in the live stream no, in this webinar. Once again, good morning. My task this morning is to present the Annex A in the DepEd Order number 31, series of 2020, which is the sample techniques for each formative assessment strategy. Okay, now we have 5 formative assessment strategies. Number 1, establish clear learning targets and success criteria. Number 2, elicit useful evidence of learning. Then number 3, we have provide timely and effective feedbacks. And number 4, engage learners in assessing and providing each other's work. And number 5 is increase ownership of their own learning. Now, each strategy has a suggested activities, either asynchronous or synchronous class. Okay, here on screen, you will see a metrics on the sample techniques for each formative assessment strategy. Now, here in the table, you will see the strategy, the asynchronous and synchronous type of classes with suggested activities below. Now here, we have the first strategy, which is establishing clear learning target and success criteria. Then followed by the suggested activities that can be provided in the asynchronous type of class. By the way, what is asynchronous class? I guess all of you are already familiar with this term. Now, what does it mean? Asynchronous classes is another type of delivering instructions where the teachers provide materials, lectures, tests, and assignments that can be accessed at any time. Actually, we are already doing this. We gave the materials to our learners through their parents, and they study independently at home. And our learners were given a time frame of 1 week for them to study and answer all the activities in the module at home. They study independently in different situations in different times. And that is the process of asynchronous way of teaching. Now, another type of class is what we call synchronous. Now, what is synchronous? Actually, this type of class are live online classes that are conducted in real time. This is used in the highly urbanized areas where the internet connection is stable. The teachers and students are all together in the same session, which will begin and typically end at a fixed time. This is almost similar to the face-to-face instructions. It is not possible to apply this type of learning in our division since there are areas in our locality don't have the internet connection. Now, what are the activities that are possible for the teachers to apply with their learners in the asynchronous type of learning? Now, for the asynchronous classes, the activities can be sent through email, through text, through mobile messages, and social media. And the teacher will post the learning targets before the start of a lesson to get the learners to think about what they will be learning and how these are connected to their prior knowledge and personal experiences. Second, the second activity, the teacher will present at least two contrasting samples of anonymous work and ask learners to post a comment on which is better and why. Then the third one is uh, show a checklist of rubric to provide learners a clear idea of what is expected of them to achieve in relation to the learning targets. Then invite them to comment or raise questions. So it is very important that before we will assess our learners, the teacher should set a clear objectives and explain to the learners what is expected for them to achieve in relation to the most essential learning competencies. Uh, next, next strategy is eliciting useful evidences of learning. So the teacher will pose a variety of questions, especially those that will engage learners in deep thinking. Then ask learners to respond and to comment on other classmates' answer. Second is the teacher will provide exercises in multiple formats. It could be binary choice, it could be multiple choice, matching, short answer, or essay. Then let learners choose when to complete each exercise during a specified period. Then the last activity in the eliciting useful evidences of learning is have learners use a paper-based or digital journal to keep a record of what they learn each day. So these are the activities that will help our learners to be responsible to their own learning, like giving comments to the other classmates' answer, like keeping a record of what they learn each day. So our class is always interesting every day. Although we have this asynchronous type of learning, and this will elicit useful evidences of um, learning. Actually, I did not explain anymore the asynchronous because that type of learning delivery is not applicable in our division, no? Since as I said, that there are areas in our locality that don't have internet connection. So let me proceed to the next strategy, which is providing effective feedback. Now, in this strategy, the teacher will record and upload an audio-video file containing feedback on a learner's performance. Then, the teacher will send a written feedback via email or SMS or mobile message. If necessary, add photographs or screenshots of learners' outputs to support the feedback. Then embed hyperlinks to, to external resources which learners can safely navigate to improve future work. Then write feedback on an anonymous work and provide learners a copy of the work with the success criteria for the task. Then ask pairs or small groups of learners to improve the work by following the feedback. So actually by doing this, our learners will also be aware, no, about the progress of their classmates' performance. And we can still apply a collaborative activity where the learners are assigned in pair or group to improve someone's work by following the written feedback made by the teacher. Okay, next strategy. Number 4, engaging learners in assessing and improving each other's work. Now, the teacher will post ground rules for peer feedback and invite learners to express their concerns with the roles and to suggest any improvements. Second, the teacher will provide examples of different kinds of feedback comments, then ask learners to reflect on which comments would be helpful to one's work and which one would not. Then let learners make multiple attempts on one task and select one that they think is the best. Have them exchange their work with a partner who selects one of their partner's attempts to believe is the best. Then compare their choices and discuss any areas of concern. So the teacher uh, will give a ground rules on how to give feedback. And it is very important to provide examples, no, of different kinds of feedback or comment, no, for the learners to reflect which comment would be helpful to improve their learning. Okay, another strategy, number 5, is increasing learners' ownership of their own learning. Now, have learners use a paper-based or digital journal to keep a record of what they learn each day. Then have learners keep a learning portfolio that documents their progress. Ask them to review their portfolio regularly and reflect on what has improved about their work. Then, after completing a task, ask learners to write down one thing they found easy about the task and thing and one thing they found difficult and one thing they found interesting. Then establish a parking lot for questions. So learners may want to raise outside a live conversation or class session. Then respond to these questions as they are posted. Then invite learners to respond as well. Okay, so these activities will guide the learners on how to monitor and reflect their own progress. And this is what we call reflective learning. Okay, these activities will also give our learners a chance to raise questions, and the teacher will also invite other learners to answer the question before she will respond. So by doing this, the classroom's activities are still applied in the asynchronous type of learning. Okay. Okay, so that ends my presentation. Thank you very much. Um, I hope all of us are still set for this online training. And I guess we are all ready to listen and to grasp all the learnings that we could have this morning. Um, so without much ado, I will now call the next speaker to discuss about the sample techniques for its formative assessment strategy. My co-hosts in this webinar the Education Program Supervisor in EPP and TLE, let us all welcome Dr. Nilda Galaura. Ma'am Nels, come in.
Thank you, Sir Art. I will now be discussing to you. By the way, good noon or good morning, everyone, especially to our teachers from Cluster 1 to Cluster 5, to our PSDSs, and everyone. We will be discussing to you summative assessment tools that qualify. Ay, wala pa ko yung presentation. Sorry. Sample summative assessment tools that qualify as performance modalities. Makita po? Sir Art?
Ma'am Nels.
Sir Art? What about my presentation?
Yes, Ma'am Nels.
Okay. So, before the discussion of this sample summative assessment tools,
Yes,
please get
Yes, Minnie.
yes.
We could not see your
Yes.
presentation yet. Wala pa imong presentation.
Wala pa?
Wala pa, Ma'am Nels.
Wala mong si Tintin. Okay na?
Wala pa ni, wala pa.
Wala pa?
Wala pa ni.
Wala. Wala pa, Jor? Okay.
Min?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I requested Christine to present.
Ay, para ma'am.
Yes, what's that?
Dali ko ang daan. Okay na?
Wala pa ni.
Mabigat.
Wala pa ni. Yes, it's starting. Okay. Now, pwede na niya.
Once again, good morning. So we will now discuss sample summative assessment tools that qualify as performance tasks in various learning delivery modalities. So I will be giving you sample summative assessment tools that count as performance tasks per learning area in its learning delivery modality. The list, of course, is not exhaustive, meaning it is not complete. And so the teachers may use other appropriate tools specific to the assessment task. Let us remember the assessment should be holistic and authentic. And results, let us also remember that results of summative assessment is reported basis of grading, depending on the weight of percentage per subject area, as discussed by assessment should be aligned to competencies taken. Wala pa? Sir Jewel. Okay. So this time, I'd like to request our teachers and coordinators to please get 1/4 for the pretest. Okay, the direction, choose the best answer. Number 1, it is assessment that is usually administered toward the end of a learning period to measure the extent to which the learners have mastered essential learning competencies. The results of which are recorded and are used to report the learner's achievement. Letter A, B, formal assessment, C, classroom assessment, letter D, summative assessment. Number 2, in summative assessment, teachers may use other appropriate tools specific to the assessment task aside from the list indicated. Dili ninyo makita akong question. Can you not see?
Wala. Only the title of your presentation. But let me move. Okay. It's there. Number 2. Yes.
Number 2. Sa hinay mo signal. Alright. Number 2. Summative assessment, teachers may use other appropriate tools specific to the assessment task aside from the list indicated in Lipid Order 31 Series 2020. Letter A, true. Letter B, false. Number 3, the learning modality adopted by Zamboanga Del Norte Division for the school year 2020-2021. A, face-to-face. Letter B, online distance learning. Letter C, digital printed modular learning. TV-based instruction or radio-based instruction and homeschooling. Number 4, essay is one of the assessment tools that can be used as written output for TLE subject. Letter A, true. Letter B, false. Can we use essay in TLE as our written output assessment tool? True or false? Number 5, diagnostics and repair of damaged equipment can still be used as summative assessment tool for TLE for this new normal school year. Letter A, true. Letter B, false. Okay, so we will be checking the result after the discussion. Okay, the first learning modality is face-to-face learning. Though this is not adopted by Zamboanga Del Norte Division, but since it is included in Lipid Order number 31 series of 2020, I still have to include this in my discussion, but we will just run through with this. Okay, for the learning area languages, English and Filipino, for written outputs, we can have book or article reviews, essays for written outputs, journals, letter writing, reflection papers, and reports. For products, we can have campaigns, case studies, collage, compositions, literary analysis, multimedia productions, portfolios, research projects, story or poem writing. For performance tasks in English and Filipino, for face-to-face, we can have debates, interviews, multimedia presentations, panel discussions, presentations, project making, role plays, speech delivery, storytelling, and for mathematics, data record and analysis, geometric and statistical analysis, graphs, charts, and maps, problem sets, surveys, and for products, diagrams, mathematical investigatory projects, models, making models of geometric figures, number representations, portfolio. For performance tasks in mathematics, these are the suggested tools. We have constructing graphs from surveys conducted, multimedia presentation, outdoor math, probability experiments, problem posing, reasoning and proof through recitation, using manipulatives to show math concepts and solve problems, using measuring tools and devices. And for science, for written outputs, we can have concept maps, data recording and analysis, laboratory reports and documentations, reaction reflection papers, surveys, and for products, we can have investigatory projects, models and diagrams construction, prototype building, research papers. And for performance tasks, these are the suggested tools for science, designing and implementation of action plans, debates, designing various models, scientific investigations, issues awareness and campaigns, laboratory activity, multimedia presentations, simulation, skills demonstration, and verification experiments. For aling palipunan, this can be for written outputs, concept maps and organizers, essays, journals, news writing, news article reviews, reaction or reflection papers. For products, we can have collage and diorama making, leaflet, poster and slogan making, map construction, research work, timelines, film and documentary reviews and analysis or advocacy paper. For performance tasks, we have community involvement, debate, interviews, issue awareness campaign, news reporting, presentations and multimedia presentations, role plays, and simulations. For music, for written outputs, we have essays, reaction or reflection papers, research papers, and for products, we can have music arrangements, musical or song analysis, musical research, writing program notes, and for performance tasks, we can have multimedia presentation, musical presentation, skills demonstration, singing, playing instruments, and for art. We can have written outputs, we can have essays, reaction or reflection papers, research papers. For products, we can have art criticism and appreciation compilation, art exhibit, art projects, portfolio. And for performance tasks for art, we can have art production, multimedia presentation, portfolio, skills demonstration, drawing, coloring, painting, stage bulletin board production, And for physical education, for PL, this can be the tool for written outputs, essays, reaction papers, research papers, and for products, we can have article or journal review, personal fitness and health blogs, portfolio, and for performance tasks, we can have personalized exercise programs, physical activity participation, physical activity fitness assessment, role plays, skills demonstration. For health, we can have for written outputs, essays, journal article review, reaction reflection papers, research papers. For products, we can have journal responses, personal fitness and health blogs, portfolio. For performance tasks, we can have debates, personalized fitness and health program, issue awareness campaigns, role plays. For edukasyon sa pagkatao, ASP, for written outputs, we can have essays, journal writing, journal or article review, reaction or reflection papers, and for products, we can have argument analysis, expressing feelings and ideas through art activities, journal responses, letter or song or poem writing, and for performance tasks for values education, we can have issue awareness campaigns, presentations and multiple presentations, role plays, personal action plans, plano ng pagsasabuhay, situation analysis, pagsusuri ng sitwasyon. For APP and TLE, we can have this tool, assessment tool for written outputs, essays, diagrams, charts, and models, work designs and plans. For products, we can have technical drawing output, prototype building, products projects using locally available materials. And for performance tasks, we can have skills demonstration, skills application, laboratory exercises, oral tests, design, creation, and layout of outputs, diagnosis, repair damaged equipment. And for online distance learning, again, I will just have a run through with this. It's because our division is not solely using this one, online distance learning. Okay, for languages, for written outputs, we can have blog post on a book or article review, essays submitted through email, e-journals, electronic mail writing, reaction or reflection paper submitted through email, and reports. For products, we can have YouTube campaign videos, case studies published through Adobe Acrobat, e-collage, composition submitted through email, blog on literary analysis. For products, again, multimedia productions uploaded on Facebook or YouTube, e-portfolios, research projects published in an e-journal, story or poem writing narrated through PowerPoint presentations. And so performance tasks, we can have online debates via Zoom or Google Meet, online interviews, multimedia presentation using PowerPoint or Canva, and then panel discussion via Zoom or Google Meet, online presentations, recorded project presentation, recorded monologues, speech delivery via Zoom or Google Meet, storytelling, reading via Zoom or Google Meet. And then for mathematics, for online learning, for written output, we can have data encoding and analysis using Google Forms, geometric and statistical analysis using Stata or Alex. I do not know this one. Graphs, charts, or maps using Microsoft, Excel, or Google Sheets. Problem sets submitted via email. Surveys using Google Forms. And then for products, we can have e-diagrams using Adobe Illustrator. Mathematical investigatory projects with video presentation, models or making models of geometric figures presented via Zoom or Google Meet. Number presentations using Photoshop or Illustrator, and then e-portfolio. For performance tasks, we can have constructing graphs through MS Word or Excel from surveys conducted, multimedia presentation, probability experiments, problem posing, reasoning and proof through recitation during online classes, video presentation using manipulatives to show math concepts or solve problems, video demonstration using measuring tools and devices, and then science, pagkalisura. We have concept maps submitted via email, data recording and analysis using MS Excel or Google Sheets, laboratory reports and video documentation, reaction or reflection papers, surveys using Google Forms. And then for products, science, it suggested assessment, summative assessment tools, investigatory projects, e-models, diagrams, e-construction, prototype building with video demonstration, research papers. And for performance tasks, we can have designing of action plans, online debates, designing various models using software, doing scientific investigations with video, and issue awareness campaigns uploaded on YouTube, and multimedia presentations, simulation software, skills demonstration via videos, verification experiments. And for Araling Panlipunan, for written outputs, we can have concept maps and organizers, blog essays, e-journals, news writing, news or article reviews, reaction or reflection papers. And for products, we can have e-collages, leaflet poster and slogan making, map construction, research work, timelines, film documentary reviews and analysis, or advocacy paper. And for performance tasks, we can have community involvement via Zoom or Google Meet. We can have online debate, online interviews, issue awareness campaign uploaded in YouTube, news reporting, presentations and multimedia presentations, the e-simulations. And for music, for written outputs, this can be our summative assessment tool, blog essays, reaction or reflection papers, research papers. And then for products in music, we can have musical arrangements, musical or song analysis, musical research, writing program notes. And then for performance tasks, we can have multimedia presentation, musical presentation, online skills demonstration, singing, playing instruments. And for art, for written outputs, blog essays, research reflection papers, and research papers. For products, we can have art criticism and appreciation compilation, online art exhibit via website, Facebook page, art projects, portfolio. For performance tasks, art production, multimedia presentation, e-portfolio, online skills demonstration, drawing, coloring, painting. For physical education, for written outputs, we can have blog essays, reaction or reflection papers, research papers, and for products, we can have article or journal review, personal fitness and health logs, portfolio. And for performance tasks, In MAPE, we can have video demonstration of personalized exercise programs, home physical activity or fitness assessment, skills demonstration. In software health, for written output, we can have blog essays, journal or article review, reaction or reflection papers, research paper. For products, we can have e-journal response, personal fitness and health blogs, e-portfolio. And for performance tasks, we can have online debates, our summative assessment tool, personalized fitness and health program, video awareness campaigns via YouTube. And then for SP, for in outputs, we can have blog essays, journal writing, journal article review, action or reflection papers, argument analysis for products, expressing feelings and ideas through art activities submitted via email, journal responses, letter, or song, and then for performance tasks, issue awareness campaigns via YouTube, presentations and multi-media presentations, personal action plans, plano ng pagsasabuhay, situation analysis, pagsusuri ng sitwasyon. And then for EPP and livelihood education, TLE, for outputs, we can have blog essays, diagram charts and models, and work designs and plans. For products, we can have technical drawing output, prototype building with video demonstration, and the products or projects using locally available materials. For performance tasks, we can have skills demonstration via YouTube or Zoom, Google Meet, and we can have skills application with video demonstration, online oral tests, design, creation, and the outputs, demonstration on diagnosis and repair of the equipment. Okay, for this time, we have the third modality, digital, printed, modular learning, TV, radio-based instruction, and homeschooling. This is the modality adopted by the Division of Zamboanga del Norte. So for languages, written outputs, we can have book or article reviews. We can have essays, journals, letter writing, reaction or reflection papers, then reports for written outputs. So these are the tools for written output, summative assessment tools. For products, we can have campaigns, case studies, collages, compositions, literary analysis, media production, portfolios, research projects, story or poem writing. And for performance tasks, interviews, multimedia presentations, project making. For mathematics, for written outputs, our assessment tool can be data recording and analysis, geometric and statistical analysis, graphs, charts or maps, problem sets, and surveys. And for products, we can have diagrams, mathematical investigatory projects, models or making models of geometric figures, number representations, and portfolio. For performance, the following can be our summative assessment tools. We have constructing graphs from surveys conducted, multimedia presentation, outdoor math, probability experiments, problem posing, reasoning and proof, use manipulate math concepts, solve problems, using measuring tools and or devices. And for science, for written output, we can have the following assessment tools, concept maps, data recording and analysis, laboratory reports and documentations, reaction or reflect papers, surveys. For that, we will have investigatory projects, models and diagrams, construction, prototype building, research papers. For performance tasks, the following will be the suggested summative assessment tools, designing and implementation of action plans, designing various models, those scientific investigations, issue awareness campaigns, laboratory activities, multimedia presentations, simulation, skills demonstration, and verification experiments. For araling component, for written outputs, our summative assessment tools can be concept maps and organizers, essays, journals, news writing, news or article reviews, reaction papers. For products, we can have glass and diorama making, leaflet, poster and slogan making, map construction, research work, timelines, or documentary reviews and analysis, advocacy paper. For araling panlipunan performance tasks, the suggested assessment tools, summative assessment tools can be community involvement, okay, then interviews, issue awareness campaigns, news reporting, presentations and multimedia presentations. And for music, the suggested summative assessment tools will be the following. For written outputs, we can have essays, reaction or reflection papers, research paper, and for product, we can have musical arrangements, musical or song analysis, musical research, writing program notes. For performance tasks, multimedia presentation, musical presentation, skills demonstration. And for art, for written outputs, we will have essays, reaction or reflection papers, research papers, and for products, we will have art criticism and application compilation, art exhibit, art projects, portfolio. And then for performance tasks, the suggested summative assessment tools are the following: art production, multimedia presentation, portfolio, skills demonstration, drawing, coloring, painting. For physical education, for written outputs, we will have essays, reaction or reflection papers, paper, and then for products, we can have article or journal review, personal fitness and health tasks, portfolio. And for performance tasks, the summative assessment tool can be personalized exercise programs, physical activity participation, physical activity or fitness assessment, skills demonstration, and health for written outputs, That's what be our assessment tool. It says journal or article review, reaction or reflection papers, research papers, and for products, we can have journal responses, personal fitness and health logs, portfolio. And for performance tasks, we can have personalized fitness and health program. Then issue awareness campaigns. And for ESP, edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, the following can be our summative assessment tool for written outputs. Essays, journal writing, journal or article review, reaction or reflection papers. And then for products, we can argument analysis, expressing feelings and ideas through art activities, journal responses, letter or song or poem writing. And then for performance tasks, we can have issue awareness campaigns, presentations and multimedia presentations, personal action, plano sa pagsasabuhay, situation analysis or pagsusuri ng sitwasyon. So for EPP and TLE, the following are the suggested summative assessment tool. So for written outputs, we can have essays. So as we went over the module for the regional aid modules, for EPP grade 4, we have there essay on pera sa basura. So that can be our one of the written output. And then we have also diagrams, charts, and models. We can have work designs and plans. Then for products, we can have technical drawing output and prototype building. So for those who are taking carpentry, and we can have products or projects using locally available materials. Say for example, recycling waste materials. That can be project using locally available materials. And then for performance tasks, we can have skills demonstration, skills application, laboratory exercises, oral test. So how can we have oral test if we don't have face-to-face? So we can call our learners and ask about something in the module. So we can have still oral exam and skill demonstration using digital. Then we can design, creation, layout of outputs. And then this one, diagnosis and repair of damaged equipment. We can have also this one for this modular. How? So it's up to the teacher whether he will be sending a damaged computer or we will be asking a video presentation showing the skill in repairing damaged computer. And so let's have our post-test. But before the post-test, I would like to remind that it is reiterated in the depth order not to give undue burden or pressure to the teachers, learners, and their families. The teacher cannot give undue pressure. The technique is have to consider your learners as your own children. And in that way, you can ensure undue pressure to your learners and to their families. If you love your children, you have to love also your learners. Okay, should we have the post test? Okay, our answer for number 1 is summative assessment. Okay, for number 2, in summative assessment, teachers may use other appropriate tools specific to the assessment task aside from the list indicated in Method Order 31 Series 2020. Yes, as long as it is appropriate to the learning area and to the competencies taken. Okay, number 3, our answer is, let me see, digital printed modular learning, TVI, RBI, and homeschooling. Okay, number 4, the answer is true. Number 5, answer is true. Okay, so who got perfect? So before I end, I would like to end this by congratulating our PSDSS of Labason, Gutalak 1 and Gutalak 2 districts for the commendable leadership performance. So we monitored together with Sir Jesse Ilaken and Eunice Hanulino. We monitored 21 out of 27 schools of Labason district, 21 out of 21 schools of Gutalak 1, so 100%, and 14 out of 17 schools of Gutalak 2. And I will just share to you the best practices of the 3 districts. So we have the provision of disinfection area for modules prior to handling by the teachers. It's a way of protecting our teachers. So this is the best practice of Gutalak National High School with the principal, Arnold Dinglas. Congratulations. Okay, for another best practice for Malintubuan National High School with the principal, Jerwil Discaliar. They collaboratively check the module before distribution. Supplement the needs by inserting discussion of topics, making activities to subjects indicated in the cover of the RO main modules that cannot be found in the content. Another best practice, we have Tipan Elementary School, Layog Benicia, with Mr. Mercado as the principal. Provision of permanent foot marker, dili gyud siya wala, dili siya magkahanap-hanap. Permanent foot marker used to ensure maximum social distancing in the distribution and retrieval of modules. Generally, our schools in Labason, Gutalak 1 and 2 districts are ready for this new normal school year. Distribution and retrieval of modules runs smoothly despite of the challenges. And the only problem for these 3 districts are some of the classrooms need repair. Congratulations once again to all the principals of Labason, principals and PSDSS of Labason, Gutalak 1 and 2 districts. Okay, so thank you very much and God bless us all. Keep safe, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Nels, for your presentation, and congratulations to Labason and Gutalak districts. Time check. Our time now is already past 12 o'clock. So while listening, you can also take your lunch, no? Kasi wala po tayong noon break. Just a friendly reminder for this webinar. May I remind our dear participants to please observe the social norms, no? All microphones except for the speaker will be muted, no, throughout the webinar. And all cameras will also be disabled to make sure that the connection will run smoothly. And the questions and related concerns shall be addressed during the breakout session, and that will be facilitated by the education program supervisors. And this is very important. May I also remind every participant to please answer the evaluation form at the end of the webinar. So without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me call our next speaker, the Education Program Supervisor in Science, our scientist, no other than Dr. Mike Krill Bullier. Sir Mike? Sir Mike, come in.
Hello, hello, Mike test. Makita na ko dia partner. Makita na ko presentation.
Okay, okay. Makita na Sir Mike.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning, Ma'am Lisa, Ma'am Judith, Ma'am Judy, and Sir Gumapon. Today, I am going to present part of the DepEd Memorandum DepEd Order 031 Series of 2020 dated October 2, 2020 about rubrics. I will not be discussing all the aspects and concepts behind the rubrics, but only delimited to the description, definition, features of rubrics. We don't consider construction of rubrics at this very moment. Maybe sometime when we have time to discuss with it, especially for those newly hired teachers. For some teachers who are already years in the service, this might serve you as review or recollection of what rubric is. DepEd Order number 31 is not too far from what we learn about rubric. This is just a refresher for some or new to some. Okay, let us define what rubric is. Rubric, according to Andrade and Arthur and Chapius, as well as Stigens, they say that rubric is a learning assessment tool. As a tool, it is used to evaluate written outputs, products, or performance-based tasks. Rubric is a scoring guide that articulates expectations and describes quality expected from the learners. This is according to Andrade of 2000, then Arthur and Chapius in 2007, and Stigens in 2001. There are 4 essential features of rubrics. These are task, description, or descriptive title, scale and scoring, components or criteria, description of the performance quality. This is about performance descriptor, or in all terms, we use this as performance indicator. What is this task description all about? The task, this is about the task given to students as we are expecting them to produce or perform particular task. The scale and scoring is described as the level of mastery. So when we say mastery, this is about the skill expected to be developed in the learner. This is part of the performance task. As it describes the level of mastery, we mean that the learner or the teacher expect the learner to exceed what is expected. It is an increment because the learner may provide something which is beyond the average performance of other learners. Another is that it meets expectations. Others does not meet expectations. a while ago during the discussion of Mr. Yusuf about grading and grading and promotion, he made mention about when and what particular grade the learner should be promoted or retained. If we are going to recall the statement of Mr. Yusuf, though not literally, but rephrasing the statement based from the DepEd order number 31, when the learner exceeds the expectation of 75 mastery level, then a particular learner is graded according to the performance. If the learners failed to master or meet the expectation, maybe one or two subjects, the learner might be promoted. However, if it is more than two subjects, then in the case of the secondary and or the elementary, then maybe that learner doesn't meet the expectation. So if the learner doesn't meet the expectation, there are only two possibilities. Whether he can be promoted with back subjects or he can be retained in the particular grade level. So this is about the mastery level. But again, if we are to recall the statement of Mr. Yoso, as a teacher and as a parent, we have to do everything in order for that learner to pass the subject. Now that we are on the modular instruction and based in our monitoring and evaluation of the distribution and retrieval of the materials, some were delayed. Hello, am I heard? Napa ko?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
pero
Nagatulog na mga customer. Wala may klingbang sa mga plato o kutsara diha. Okay? So to continue with, based on our monitoring, we observed that there are parents delayed in returning the materials, the modules. Maybe some are too far from the retrieval site, then they will take advantage of their time. Pakyaw-pakyaw na lang. So we understood them. So on the part of the teacher, we should not so be strict in grading in giving the time. We have to extend to establish tolerance. Dili lang po siguro makaabot og usa ka bulan na ng delay diya sa kuan sa submission or retrieval. So as human being and as parent, as brother, we have to consider the distances where our parents and those who are in charge of retrieval and distribution be considered because of the distances they are having from the point of retrieval and to the respective residence. Another feature of the rubric is that there are components or criteria. So students are to attend in completing the assignment or the task. These are the type of skills embedded in our module, like for example, discussion, identifying, classification, or whatever it is. So that is an example of type of skills or the knowledge, or maybe those terms under the Bloom's taxonomy, the creating, whatever it is. The number 4 component is description of the performance quality. So we are on the quality. We are not on the process, but on the quality, how they will make their task. This refers to the components or the dimension of its level of mastery. So when we say dimension, if I am right, we are referring to the domain in the under cognitive, which is famously we have Bloom's taxonomy, the latest one with the ing at the end. Okay, so there are two types of rubrics, holistic and analytical. What is holistic? Accordingly, holistic it describes the overall characteristics of performance and provides single score. Like, for example, 100 to 95 or 94 to 90. Those are example of an holistic scoring. Another is that it is designed to evaluate the portfolio, the submission based on the content of the portfolio, the presentation of work, and the reflection that the learner had in every learning they acquire from the module. For analytical rubric, it articulates different dimensions of performance and provide ratings for its criterion or dimension. We say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Some are having it 10, 6, or whatever they will have. But for some scientists in education, they don't prefer or they disagree having that distribution, establishing what is this range from one point to the other. It is also designed to measure the quality of process rather than the quality of the end product. So when we say process, from the start to the end, those are only the concern of the analytic rubrics. So again, there are two, holistic and analytical rubric. Analytical rubric need to include samples of work or collections of work. What are those specific examples or collection of works? Those are reflections regarding the process. So in order for the learner to hit what the teacher expected from them, then the teacher should tell the learners that your reflection should only focus on the process. No more, no less. Another, steps in a problem-based learning assignment. Then another one, record of think aloud protocol while solving problem. Other references at the end of DepEd Order 31, I think after the part of A to F, there is enclosure, I think, number 2. According to that document, holistic emphasizes the relation between parts and wholes of the material. While analytical, it speaks out of whole output broken up or separated in parts and scored accordingly. So the teacher should establish a standard or should emphasize to the learner that he wants every part to be scored. And if he considers that every part, then analytical is the name of that rubric. Holistic assess learners' work as a whole using criteria proficient, adequate, limited. Those are criteria: proficient, adequate, limited. Like teachers, we are categorized from beginning to proficient and highly proficient. Limited to describe the whole output based on analysis of parts. Another aspect of holistic is that holistic does not list separate levels of performance for its criterion. As emphasized in the first description, it considered the whole. Another is that holistic provides single overall score but does not communicate information about what the learners are to do to improve, while analytical gives diagnostic information to the teacher and formative feedback to the learners. We will not be discussing elaboratively formative feedback because this will be discussed by other speakers. analytical rubric is composed of, we have the sample of a particular analytical rubric. This is an open-ended question. Like for example, the material is divided into 3 columns, wherein the first column refers to the level of performance, and the second column refers to the criteria, and the third column is labeled sample answers. Although this is laborious, but for the teacher to provide authentic assessment of what the learners perform during the task or in their task, this is better. Anyway, no one is perfect at the beginning, but constant practice of making this rubric will make you as a teacher, a proficient teacher or excellent teacher. Okay, so in level column 1, it has been scaled into 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. However, when we say 0, it means that there is nothing in the mind of the learner. So for some scientists or authors, they prefer to give 1 as the least score in the rubric. So you may be having 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, but not 0. Kay ang effort dahil sa bata, paggama lang niya sa material, wala din ay points. So that is the reason behind, or the psychology behind, why 0 is not included in the scoring. So what is the basis of this rubric? So going back into the basis of having this scoring and the criteria is the question which asks or states that during a storm, Nancy noticed that she always heard thunderstorm after she saw a flash of lightning. Explained why there is a difference in time between seeing lightning and hearing thunder. So there are criteria assigned or broken into the following: excellent response, 4 points or scale of 4; adequate response, scale of 3; incorrect response, scale of 2; too brief to evaluate, scale of 1; and no basis, scale of 0. Then the criteria response includes the fact that light travels, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so generally, this is our sample for analytic rubric. So you can scrutinize the document, or you may do some readings on our depend order number 31. So to continue with, because we are having a limited time, the next is the holistic rubric. So we are done with analytical rubric or analytic rubric. Now we are having the holistic rubric. As you see on the table, there are only 2 columns. The first is the rating scale, and the criterion or the description, the second column. So it is categorized into proficient, adequate, limited. So for proficient, the score is 10. For adequate, the score is 6. And for limited, the score is 3. Take note that the range between 10 and 6 and 3 are not similar. They are different. So maybe the limited is 1 to 3, then adequate 4 to 6, 4, 5, 6, 1 to 3, and for the proficient 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If we are going to review our statistics, when we give particular range from limited 1 up to 3, so 3 lang man na siya. So understood that there is 1 to 3 or maybe 0 to 3. So in that rating, we only categorize it limited. So 0 is 0, the same with 1 or the same with 2. So if you look at, you can have a midpoint of 2 in the case of 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6 for in the case of adequate or accepted with revision. Then the class size, or no, the class range or the range is between 4 to 6. So the midpoint is 5. But in the proficient, there is a greater discrepancy between the adequate and the limited. For the proficient, for those who got 7 to 10. So the midpoint is between 8, 9, or maybe 8.5 specifically. So it's up to you to decide whether you will be adopting the holistic or the analytic rubric. Next to it is the rubrics have specific parts. Like other things, there are parts of the document. When we say holistic, there should be a title. And the title is portfolio grading for this particular document. And of course, there are description. What is the description? This description was already discussed in the earlier slides about rubrics and portfolio, and then the content, presentation of work, and reflection was already made mention. So in the scoring, in this case, it has another way of scoring. So 100 to 95, then 94 to 90, then 89 to 85, and 85 to 80. If you notice, there is similarity with how we grade our learners. Okay, so scoring, and the second column to the right is performance descriptor. So when we say descriptor, these are the things to be considered for the learners to achieve a grade of 95 to 100. What is this descriptor? It says that all required items are included with a significant number of additions. In addition, items clearly demonstrate that desired learning outcomes for the term have been achieved. And moving into the last statement, items are clearly introduced, well organized, and creatively displayed, showing connection between items. If you notice in this descriptor, there is a word that that will call our attention. The word creative. So being creative, it can be connoted into innovative or inventive. So this is the highest performance for the score of 100 to 95, or shall we say 95 to 100. So Holy, this is all about holistic rubric, how learners are assessed based on this type of rubric. Anyway, as teachers, you are given the freedom, the academic freedom, which one you would prefer, the holistic or the analytic, depending on the task given to the learner. Okay, so there is a scoring, then the performance indicator. For analytic rubric, we are using the mathematics as the sample for this rubric. So even though we could, different subjects have different way of presenting the rubric, but commonality of the rubrics regardless of subjects, that they are all limited to analytic and holistic. So in our analytic rubric, we have the dimension. So this is about defining the problem or define the problem. It may be attributed to research subject or anything that the teacher would like to ask the learners to perform. So mastered, working towards mastery, needs improvement. Those are the criteria of or the descriptor of this dimension defining the problem. So mastered, demonstrate the ability, blah, blah, blah. Then 3 points. For work towards mastery, 2 points. Then the least mastered or need improvement is 1 point. So in this case, they disregarded 0. Maybe they are also the believer that nothing, the mind of the learner is not totally 0. Maybe they're just their ability to recall things or to connect experiential learning to the present or to the topic being discussed. So both of them have criteria. Then we have the title, then the scoring, regardless of which part of the rubric, the scale or the score is located. So recalling the holistic scale and scoring are on the first column on the left. But in this case, our scoring and scaling is on the row side, left to right, top of the rubric. Then, aside from identifying the problem, we have identify appropriate strategies, implement solution. So these are the dimension that we are referring to. To continue with, I would like to emphasize that other aspects of rubrics like what we are facing now, the different modalities, is not part of my discussion. However, it is part and be tackled by Dr. Fihiboni during her time. So the rubrics for online learners, online digital learners, modular instruction, of course, for those learners who are not fortunate in life because they cannot afford to buy gadgets and they don't have connections. They will just be relying on their neighbors' capacity. So this discussion will be done by Dr. Fihiboni. Thank you very much and have a nice time. I hope that I am able to give you something that will allow you to recall about how rubrics and how we will rate or grade performance of our learners. Thank you very much and have a nice day for this moment. Kaya balik ko man niya tao ng boss ng alagad para sa breakout session.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Mike. So, my dear participants, I know that despite of the new normal, we are still standing firm in our advocacy that no learner should be left behind, regardless of their age, their gender, their beliefs, religion, and ethnicity. So our next speaker to discuss about the sample of the integrative performance task. Let me introduce to you our English supervisor. Let us all welcome Dr. Faye Buni. Ma'am Faye.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Art. My warm greetings to our SDS, Dr. Lisa Tabilon, and the 3 ASDSS, Sir Arman, Ma'am Judith, and Ma'am Juday. To all the viewers, good afternoon. The learners reflect on how their outputs, such as the blog, offline interactive presentation, and informative write-up report, is considered as means of communication and how its function serves their goal in promotion. Now, this is Annex D of that Deputy Order number 31. This is a sample integrated performance task. Contribution by Norman Barroso, Elizabeth Soriano, Ropina Rivera, Noreen Malabanan, Marilu Kabugo of Tanza National Comprehensive High School. This is for senior high school. Target subject, grade 11, Core subjects, oral com, general mathematics, earth and life science, empowerment technologies, understanding culture, society, politics, and physical education and health 1. So this is an integration of the different subjects in grade 11. So the time frame assessment, MELC, the MELC they consider here is for week 1. Week 1 of the first day of classes, the opening of classes. So when you say integrative, this is an integration of the different MELCs. There is a unifying competency that is in connection with all these subjects in grade 11. For example, we have here subjects, oral com. Then the second column, MELCs, the most essential learning competencies. Then the last column, the BAW, the budget of work. Oral communication, the MELC here is explains the functions, nature, and process of communication. For general mathematics, the MELC is represents and evaluates real-life situations using functions. So there is now a connection. The oral com explains about the functions. For math, it represents and evaluates real-life situations using functions. How about earth and life science? The MELC here is recognizes the uniqueness of Earth being the only planet in the solar system with properties necessary to support life. Still, there is a connection. In mathematics, it mentions about real life situations. Then in empowerment technologies, this is another subject. The MELC they utilize here is compare and contrast the nuances of varied online platforms, sites, and content to best achieve specific class objectives or address situational challenges. For understanding culture, society, and politics, the MELC is discuss the nature, goals, and perspectives in of anthropology, sociology, and political science. For the last subject, physical education and health 1, the MELC is self-assesses health-related fitness, HRF, status, barriers to physical activity assessment, participation, and one's diet. All this will be done in week 1. Then the goal. The learner integrated performance task for week 1. The performance task for online learners. So Sir Dulia mentioned about online learners. The learners here are expected to create blog as the first entry for their virtual Sir Moro. Nasulod si Sir Moro, nawala ta.
Sir Moro. Sir Moro. Please stop presenting.
Sige, tabangi ko Sir Moro.
Sir Moro.
Tabangi ko Sir Moro, ten.
Sir Moro.
Na. Pwede natin? Wala na siya. Okay, for online learners, the performance task for online learners, they are expected to create blog as the first entry for their virtual learning portfolio entitled Pandemic Ka Lang, I Am Filipino, discussing learners' awareness of oneself, their changing environment, and realized initiatives that a Filipino youth could contribute in the society amidst the global pandemic. The output is to be shared through social media platforms. Now for the offline digital learners, the learners are expected to create an offline interactive presentation through slide decks and injection of self-made videos as the first entry for their offline digital learning portfolio entitled Pandemika lang, I am a Filipino. Discussing learners' awareness of oneself, their changing environment, and realized initiatives that a Filipino youth could contribute in the society amidst the global pandemic. The output is to be shared to family members and immediate community. For modular learners, these are the learners with no gadgets and connections. Walang gadgets, no connection. The learners, they're just using the modules. The learners are expected to create an informative write-up report as first entry for their learning portfolio entitled Pandemika Lang, I Am a Filipino, discussing learners' awareness of oneself, their changing environment, and realized initiatives that a Filipino youth can contribute in the society amidst the global pandemic. The output is to be shared to family members and immediate community. So they will be doing the same thing in different ways. No? Iba-iba because there are three types here, online, offline, and the modular. The goal. What is the goal here in this integrative performance test? The learner predicts the number of COVID-19. No? The goal here is the learner predicts the number of COVID-19 positive cases in the Philippines after the 60th, 90th, 120th, 150th, and 180th days using the function simple linear regression model presented in a study of Medina about preliminary estimates of COVID-19 case fatality rate in the Philippines using linear regression analysis. So MELC, general mathematics. This is the MELC for general mathematics. Using the data as the background, the learner explains the implication of the predicted information about the pandemic in relation to society through the perspectives of anthropology, sociology, and political science. So this is the MELC now for understanding culture, society, and politics. After the discussion, the learner shares insights, starting from his or her personal self-check on health-related fitness status and implication of the pandemic lockdown to his or her changes in physical routines, habits, and diets. So this is the MEL for physical education, PE and health. One. After the self-check, the learner extends his or her observation of the changes from personal perspective going to global effects of the pandemic. Encourage learners to search online articles, consult TV and radio news, and read printed articles about them. This may include mortality of man as organisms of the earth and how the lockdown affects the environment and health and earth subsystems due to the cease of the normal human activity. The learners may highlight how unique earth is its properties, including destruction and healing, to support life. This is the MEL for in This is the MEL from the global environmental perspective. The learners share their initiatives and contributions as a youth or individual that may help Filipino community by discussing the power of the nuance and substantial information presented in different web platforms and sites. This also includes the importance of being vigilant to presented contents in addressing goals and situational challenges in time of pandemic. So it's very clear here that we can address our goals in different ways, no? And uh, learners could also relate the presence of the provision of the punishment of dissemination of fake info and news in the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act or Republic Act number 11469. So this is the belt for empowerment technologies. Another, the belt for oral communication, oral com. Finally, the learner here reflects on how their output, such as the blog, offline interactive presentation, and informative write-up report, is considered as means of communication, and how it functions Each function serves their goal in promoting information, awareness, and initiatives as a Filipino youth in the time of pandemic. Another role, the learner here acts as as an analyst, a researcher, and an influencer of personal and social awareness and initiatives for global stewardship. The audience, for online learners, the task addresses a wider general public audience in different social media platforms, while offline digital learners and modular learners addresses their task to family members and immediate community. So for the online, the task addresses wider general public audience via social media platforms. While for the offline, their task, they are going to address this to their family members and immediate community. The situation, the quarantine lockdown forced the youths ages 19 below to stay in their homes. Despite the quarantine restrictions, the Samahan ng mga Kabataan in Tanza launches a youth empowerment campaign highlighting the contributions and initiatives that young people can still do amidst the threat of the COVID-19. The learner, as the president of the organization, designs the campaign through creation of blog, interactive presentation, and informative write-up report showcasing knowledge, awareness, and initiatives of a Filipino youth in this time of pandemic. The expected product here is the online learner creates a blog. The offline digital learners creates an online interactive presentation, and the learner creates an informative write-up report. So these are the different products, expected products of the integration of the different milks. Same lesson, but they are responding to it in different ways. The performance task is to be assessed with the following guides. Okay, this is the rubric now for assessing online blog for online learner. So the criteria are the following: organization, content, creativity, and audience. Then for the scoring, we have here 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wherein 5 is the highest and 1 is the lowest. For the organization, you're already familiar with the rubric, no? Preparation of rubric in different subjects, and also this was discussed by Sir Dulier. For the organization, sample only. For the rating of 5, blog follows the correct arrangement of idea. It is easy to understand, navigate, and clear to read, visually appealing, and relevant to the discussed ideas. So that is 5. For a rating of 4, this is the blog follows the correct arrangement of idea. It is easy to understand and navigate, clear to read. For 3, blog follows the correct arrangement of idea. It's easy to understand and navigate. For 2, score of 2, blog is easy to understand, neat and presentable. It's fairly easy to navigate. And 1, blog is unorganized, difficult to follow and navigate. It is visually unappealing. So it's very clear that the highest score here is 5. For the content, what are expected of the content? That data presented have 100% accuracy. The insights are comprehensively discussed. There's a deep understanding of the idea. The thoughts are reflective and convincing. Statements are supported by experience or related research. 4, the data presented have 80 to 99% accuracy. So there is now a reduction of the content as to the content. The insights are moderately discussed, understood, and reflectively thought of. 3, the data presented have 60 to 79% accuracy. The insights are minimally discussed, understood, and reflectively thought of. For 2, the data presented have 40 to 59% accuracy. The insights are unsatisfactorily discussed, understood, and reflectively thought of. And for score of 1, the data presented have for 40% below accuracy. The ideas presented show no evidence of insights, understanding, no evidence of understanding, or reflective thought about the topic. Now, as to creativity, the insights are discussed for 5 points. The insights are discussed in varied and interactive multimedia means of presentation, such as graphical representation, appropriate links, images, graphics, text, or video, visually attractive to readers. So this is for a score of 5. For 4, the insights are discussed in 3 multimedia means and interactively presented. 2, 3, the insights are discussed in 2 multimedia means and interactively presented. For a score of 2, the insights are presented in texts without multimedia this time and limited images. No evidence of interactive presentation. Then 1, the insights are presented in pure text. Very simple, no? Just presenting it in pure text. As to the audience, it is shared to 10 to 12 readers with complete number of feedbacks. Or it is shared to 10 to 12 readers with incomplete number of feedbacks. Then 3, it is shared to 5 to 9 viewers with complete number of feedbacks. For 2, it is shared to 5 to 9 viewers with incomplete number of feedbacks. Then for the score of 1, blog has reached 1 to 4 readers or has no reader at all. So this is the sample rubric, no? Next, rubric for assessing offline. Those that I read earlier is all about is for the online, no? Online blog. This one is offline. Offline. Same content, criteria, criteria, organization, content, creativity, audience. The same. Organization, content, creativity, audience. This is for online. So 5, presentation follows correct arrangement of idea. It's easy to understand, follow, and clear to read, visually appealing and relevant to the discussed idea. So these are just almost similar content, no? For the offline, how does this two differ now? Online. For the online, blog follows the correct arrangement of idea. So since this is offline, it's stated here as presentation follows the correct arrangement of ideas. So, ikuha lang niya siya. The words are just changed with the word presentation. No? Some words are changed. Then 4, for a score of 4, presentation follows the correct arrangement of idea. It is easy to understand and follow, clear to read. For the 3, score of 3, blog follows the correct arrangement of idea. Then it is easy to understand and navigate. Then for a score of 2, blog is easy to understand. Neat and presentable, it's fairly easy to navigate. Sa online, it is stated as presentation. Blog is easy to understand. So this is online blog. This time, presentation is easy to understand. And for the score of 1, presentation is unorganized, difficult to understand and follow. It's visually unappealing. I-change lang ang word na presentation to blog. This is how these two differ. Then, as to the content, the data presented have 100% accuracy, same as with the online. The insights are comprehensively discussed. Statements are supported by experience or related research. The same with the online. Then this one, the data presented have the insights, same with the online. For number 3, the data presented have 60 to 79%. Insights are minimally discussed. Same. The same, no? It's stated same as with the online. Then for 2, score of 2, the data presented have 40 to 59%. Same. Then for score of 1, the data presented have 40% accuracy. The ideas, so this is just the same with the online. Now for the creativity, the insights are discussed in varied and interactive means of presentation, graphical presentation, graphics, graphics, link images. For the online, appropriate links. Kay online man, ang nawala din so what is lost here with the offline is the word links, appropriate links. Then graphics, text or self-made video, visually interactive to attractive to viewers. Sa online, here it is changed to viewers. Sa online, readers. Visually attractive to readers. Now in the offline, visually attractive to viewers. The insights are discussed in 3 multimedia means and interactively presented, same with the online. Then the insights are discussed in 2 multimedia means and interactively presented. This is for creativity. The insights are discussed into, okay, the same. Interactively presented for the score of 2, creativity. The insights are presented in text and limited image. No evidence of interactive presentation, the same with the online. The insights are presented in pure text, same also. As to the audience, it is shared to 10 to 12 as online, 10 to 12 readers. Here, this is changed to 10 to 12 viewers. It is shared no, sa audience or offline. It is shared to 10. No, here it is not 10, but 5 na lang. It is shared to 5 viewers with complete number of feedbacks. Katong ganiha sa online, 10 to 12 readers. Now, 5 viewers. For the score of 4, it is shared to 5 viewers with incomplete number of feedbacks. For the online, shared to 10 to 12 readers. So, this is the difference. Then here, it is shared for the score of 3, it is shared to 2 to 4 viewers. Sa online ganiha, shared to 5 to 9 viewers lang gyapon. No, readers. For the score of 2, it is shared to 2 to 4 viewers. Sa online, shared to 5 to 9 viewers. Viewers lang gyapon. Readers ang tani kay online. Oh, offline. Online. Now, for the score of 1, interactive presentation has reached 1 viewer or has no viewer at all. Blog has reached 1 to 4 readers or has no reader at all. So this is offline ni siya niya, offline. So dapat siya readers. Ipog man ni sila. Okay, next. Another sample of rubric for assessing offline. Rubric for assessing informative write-up report for modular learners with no gadget, no connection. Organization, content, creativity, and audience. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 scores. For the score of 5, write-up report follows the correct arrangement of idea. Is easy to understand, follow, and clear to read, visually appealing, and relevant to the discussed ideas. Or write-up report follows the correct arrangement of idea. It is easy to understand and follow, clear to read. For the score of 3, write-up report follows the correct arrangement of idea. It's easy to understand and follow. For the score of 2, write-up report is easy to understand, neat and presentable. It is fairly easy to follow. And for the score of 1, write-up report is unorganized, difficult to understand and follow. It's visually unappealing. Negative, unappealing. For the content, the data presented have 100% accuracy. The insights are comprehensively discussed. There's a deep understanding of the idea. The thoughts are reflective and convincing. Statements are supported by experience or related research. For a score of 4 in content, the data presented have 80 to 99% accuracy. The insights are moderately discussed, understood, and reflectively thought of. For score of 3, content, the data presented have 60 to 79% accuracy. The insights are minimally discussed, understood, and reflectively thought of. For the score of 2, the data presented have 40 to 59% accuracy. Then the insights are unsatisfactorily discussed, understood, and reflectively thought of. For a score of 1, the data presented at 40% below accuracy. The ideas presented show no evidence of insights, understanding, or reflective thought about the topic. For the creativity, the insights, score of 5, the insights are discussed in neat and well presented through graphical representation, appropriate image, cutouts, or drawn, and text. The write-up report is visually appealing to the readers. So there is now graphical presentation. For the score of 4, the insights are presented in varied means. For the score of 3, the insights are presented in text and limited images. For a score of 2, the insights are presented in pure text. No presentations, no graphics, no images are seen, only pure text. For the score of 1, the insights are presented with no creativity at all. As to the audience, score of 5, it is shared to 5 readers with complete number of feedbacks. For the score of 4, it is shared to 5 readers with incomplete number of feedbacks. For the score of 3, it is shared to 2 to 4 readers with complete number of feedbacks. For the score of 2, it is shared to 2 to 4 readers with incomplete number of feedbacks. And for number on a score of 1, write-up report has switched 1 reader only or has no reader at all. So this is now the how the rubric for assessing informative write-up report looks like for modular learners with no gadget and connection. Okay, thank you. That's all for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Faye, for that wonderful and very comprehensive presentation. I think everyone is now excited to hear our next speaker. So I will now give the platform to our next discussant this afternoon. He will discuss about the sample self-monitoring tool. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming our division as focal person, no other than Education Program Supervisor, my partner, Dr. Lenny Boy Villeno. Sir Boy.
Hindi natin. Okay na. Okay na. Good afternoon, everyone. Quality afternoon, everyone. To all of our PhDs and of course to other participants of this webinar. My bow of respect to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Maria Lisa Artabilon, and to our 3 assistant schools division superintendent. Before I will go to the topic assigned to me, I will address this one to all of our public schools district supervisors and to all of our PICDs. We have our virtual conference with all of our education program specialists in ALS last week, relative also to the updates of the alternative learning system. Kindly follow up or monitor the utilization of the revised recognition of prior learning. We have that on our form for RPL. We have also another form, the individual learning agreement, and other assessment forms. I have also sent the link at ZNCID PSDS so that you will be guided on those forms that will be used by our ALS implementers in your respective districts. Thank you very much. I have also informed our education program specialists relative to the upcoming e-ANI test, of which there was no schedule yet. There was no given schedule yet. However, their entrance to the formal school system is still valid. However, they have to present the certification coming from their ALS teachers that they have completed with their ALS journey. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Previous speakers were talking about the written works and performance task assessments, which shall be administered to assess the content and performance standards that describe the knowledge, abilities, and skills that learners are expected to demonstrate. Even without the pandemic, we have already these written works and performance tasks to be given to our learners or students or pupils. You have also learned about the formative assessment strategy, summative assessment, and various learning delivery modalities, and well, of course, just recently discussed was all about the rubrics. Distance learning or distance education poses a great challenge to all of those who are involved in the educative process. Most especially to the parents and guardians who may have direct supervision of the learning of learners at home. They acted as the teachers of their own children. However, we have assured the general public that teachers are always available and accessible during their module activity journey through various platforms where they can ask or inquire something of the things that they are confused or they do not understand. Learners are made to understand, to contact and update their teachers of their situation on the progress and even the challenges they have encountered during their journey with their modules. Trending na po ngayon ang module natin all over the country. With this, a self-monitoring tool can be accomplished by the learners themselves, or they can do it independently, or with the assistance of their parents or guardians or others who can assist the learner, provided that these others that I have said, we should have to observe the health protocols. There are two reasons why we use the self-monitoring tool. Number one, to record evidences of learning. This is through a self-declaration of the learning of the learners. So I will be giving you a sample of self-monitoring tool based from Department DO 31 series of 2020. But I opted also to introduce other self monitoring tool for us to be guided. Number two, to give feedback to the learners and their parents. With the model that we'll be using or the template for self-monitoring, there was also a portion in the template where parents could provide also their feedback on the situation of their children at home. Okay. So we have this sample self-monitoring tool. This is just a sample. This is not mandatory, but this is highly recommended for us to keep track on the progress of our learners. If you try to notice the questions uh, at my left, if you try to look at this is a work week self-monitoring tool. These are just basic questions. If you try to look at this, anong mga asignatura ang napag-aaralan mo ngayon? This is just to let the teacher know if what are those modules that are being done by the learners themselves. If try to look at the question number 2, kumusta ka na sa mga aralin mo? This is just a basic question in which we can assess that teacher could be updated on the condition of our learners at home. So ito po ay para po sa akin, para sa atin po. This is just for simple questions. However, this could be a useful tool for our teachers to be updated on the situations actually happening in the home, at the homes of our learners. Alin sa mga ito ang madali para sa iyo? So, if you try to look at this self-monitoring tool is not per subject. However, we should only those modules that they receive during the week shall be given emphasis with this monitoring tool. So number 3, may mga gusto ka bang itanong sa iyong guro tungkol sa aralin? Ilista mo dito ang iyong mga tanong. So there might be clarifications that our learners wanted to ask. So they can also write it down at this template para po matingnan. So for example, by Monday, they received 2 modules. So what module is the learner answering or doing the activity? So yan ang ilagay niya dyan. Pag dalawa yung module na ibigay sa Lunes, so sa susunod, pag Martes, pag na-answeran na yung second module, that's the time that he will provide answers sa Martes. So every now and then that the learner will be doing the activity or the modules, dyan po ilagay niya. So it's very clear in our template. So this is for our learners. This template, this one that I am presenting to you, is for our learner. Para po yan sa ating mga learners. The second one, part B, is for our parents or guardian. If you try to look at the questions, nagawa ba ng iyong anak ang kanyang mga gawain sa paaralan ngayong araw? So, there is a task that will be given to our parents or guardian or for those who may assist in the learning of our students or pupils at home. So, ganyan po ang nangyari. So, they just have to take one of those choices there at a given date. So, yan lang ang gagawin ni parent. So, number 2, kumusta ang pag-aaral ng iyong anak? May mga gusto ka bang iulat o itanong sa iyong guro? Isulat dito ang iyong mga puna, question o tanong. So, anything under the heat of the sun. Pero lang po yung mga irrelevant questions. So, the parents should have to be informed or be oriented on this template on relative to what are those things that they should have to write at this portion. Baka irrelevant na po. So they should have to be informed or be oriented on those things that they should have to write in order for the teachers who might who will read those questions should be also be guided. Sa part C ay dito po sa para sa mga teachers na po ito, mga komento at sagot. So, everything na po na pag nakikita niya doon sa learners na template ay mabigyan niyang komento or mga kasagutan. If even po dito sa katanungan na number 2 for our parents. So she must have to state there if there are if available yung ano natin, if available yung Facebook ng parents or email perhaps, they can also directly chat the parents of the learners for quick response. Kasi po, dito ang sagot ni teacher ay doon na sa pagbabalik ng the second time that our parents will be going again to the school for receiving another module, di ba? So these are the only templates that our DepEd Order 31 do provide us. Once again, this is not mandatory but this is highly recommended. Now for part B, yung para sa magulang o guardian, for teachers, they can be advised to modify this tool. They can be advised to revise this tool. Pwede na po na part B should be eliminated. In case po for those senior high school who can manage to write clearly, definitely the suggested template provided. Okay? So this one is outside of DepEd Order number 31, but for alternative learning system, we are also suggesting them to use this one also. This is a self-evaluation form of which still we can. This is another style of having the self-evaluation. This is more on for our learners. Once again, our parents or guardians can also assist our learners in doing the self-evaluation form. This is just suggestive forms, but well, of course, you can modify as you want it to be. For so long as you will be guided on the current situation of our learners at home. What is important in the self-monitoring tool is the teachers will be guided on the feeling, on the experiences of our learners at home while doing their activities in their module. If we try to look at the portions of this self-evaluation tool, these are just but simple. However, this could be useful. Example is number 1, the activity was bigyan lang yan ng sagot dyan. Is it hard or easy to complete? Because if easy, complete because. If hard, because they can provide answers for this one. Number 2, the part of activity I did best was, this is just to inform actually our teachers on those activities that they find it easy. Dyan po. If they do not have those confidence of answering, parang ganun. So we'll try to evaluate things through this self-evaluation form. Another, we have this my daily reflection journal. Once again, I would like to stress it out that this is just suggestive formats. You can have your own format. For example, this one, in math, for example, if they are learning math, if they are doing science, for example, in a day, so they can provide. But well, of course, if they are only doing one subject in a day, so just only one portion of this daily reflection journal. It could also be. But for those who are fast readers, fast learners, they can do simultaneous readings and doing activities in a day for 2 modules perhaps. So this could help them. Okay. Another one is we have also this one, my goals and action plans. This could also be a suggestive one, which they with the orientation of our teachers to our learners, they can have their goal for our learners. So what goal are they taking and how to reach this goal? I will. So what will they do? This is a sort of commitment to them on their actions that they will take for the activities that they are facing. Okay. The other one is this is my weekly reflection on which for alternative learning system we are really doing lot of reflections per module. They have to submit their reflection. And for us in the formal school system, it's up to you if you will be using if you will use this one or you can devise this format. This week I did my best on. This week I could have worked harder on. Then explain. If I could work harder on mathematics if my parents are just around. Something like that. My favorite activity I did was, for example, in a module, in art, what activity in that module did they do best, and because pag hindi naman nila nagawa, pag my least favorite, so if you try to look at it, least favorite, so hindi po siya negative actually. So, and then a goal I have for next week is, this is really an amazing reflection for our learners. We already have their goal. So what will they do next? If I did not do better for this week, what will I do next? Something like that. So this is just suggestive formats. But well, of course, if you try to look at our depth order number 31, we have that template which I previously presented. But all of other formats were just suggestive, and I had just copied it from other sources. For that, we have also this one again, an action plan. Which this is also a suggestive one, which we just wanted to be informed, for teachers to be informed on the items that are being presented above. For example, objectives perhaps of our learners, and then the task, what you need to do to achieve the goals, something like that. This is just to make our learners have this contemplation of having them for example manage their time perhaps, or what they should have to do in order to do their activities in certain modules perhaps, something like that. And just like in other plan, there is time frame for doing it. So this is just sort of commitment for our learners to do in a certain period of time. And for that, thank you very much for listening, and good luck with your journey. And congratulations to all of our participants in enduring until this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, partner, for sharing the things that you have been preparing. Still, we continue to encourage everyone to please stay with us until the end of this webinar. Actually, we still have two more interesting topics ahead. So we shall now proceed to the next speaker. She will discuss about the three-level model of feedback. Let me introduce to you our Learning Resource Management System Supervisor, Dr. Evelyn C. Laban. Ma'am Eves.
Okay. Blessed afternoon to all of us, especially to our beloved schools division superintendent, to the three assistant schools division superintendents, Ma'am Judith Romagera, Ma'am Judeline Ramos, and Sir Armando Gumapon, our CID chief, Dr. Lilia E. Abelio, and to Dr. Joy Singson from the SJOD, my fellow APSS, and to our beloved partners in the field, the PSDSs, school heads, principals, and teachers. Again, a blessed afternoon to all of us. By the way, prior to my presentation was Annex E, the sample self-monitoring tool discussed to you by no other than the King of Owls, Dr. Lenny Boy G. Belieno. And for a short recap, the topic was all about sample self-monitoring tool that teachers can use and modify according to both record evidences of learning and to give feedback to the learners and their parents. In connection with that, may I present to you the Annex F about the three level of model feedback. The three level of model feedback are the following: feedback at task level, feedback at process level, and feedback at self-regulation level. To determine which level of feedback is most appropriate for a given situation, think about the student's acquisition of new knowledge and skills. The type of feedback this to provide is guided by the level of instruction and learning. As we all know, feedbacking is very important, or it plays a vital role in the assessment of learners, especially in this time of pandemic where no face-to-face is allowed and learners with parents and older sisters and brothers are doing their tasks independently at home without the presence of the teachers. And for the task level, this shall be used for new material. And for the process level, it shall be used when the learners has some degree of proficiency. And for the self-regulation level, it shall be used when student or learners has high degree of proficiency. What is task level feedback? It is focused on how well has the task been understood and performed. Is it correct or incorrect? Now, the first level of feedback is more information focused, whether it is incorrect or correct, and it leads to acquiring more or different information and builds more surface knowledge. This type of feedback is most common, and most students see feedback in these terms. Having correct information is a pedestal on which processing and self-regulation can be effectively built. What about the process level feedback? It includes what are the processes.
Kampante no ta kay humanaman ta.
Ganti sa kita ani bagay. Di sama kailan sa mga teacher. Kailan sa mga karaan kay puro mapabiliarize lang.
Oh, good. Ikanusa man ni November 13. Muslim holiday, November 13.
Hello. May I request Ma'am Evelyn Labat to please continue? Hello, Lynn. Ma'am Labat. Okay, Lynn, Ma'am Labat. You may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Shall I proceed?
Yes, Lynn.
Yes, ma'am. Can I be heard now?
Yes. Okay. We cannot hear you.
Okay.
Nawala man ka, Lynn?
Ay, ambot ma'am, ni kalit naman giayon na ni kuan ni my friend from the ITO office.
Okay. Sige.
Okay, Oliver DI. Okay, I think I am now in the process level feedback, if I'm not mistaken, no? Ako kabalog asa ko napit na putol ato, ma'am. Okay. Okay, may I go back to the task level feedback. Task level feedback focuses on how well has the task been understood and performed. Is it correct or incorrect? The first level of feedback is more information focused.
in whether it is incorrect or correct. And it leads to acquiring more or different information and builds more surface knowledge. This type of feedback is most common, and most students see feedback in these terms. Having correct information is a pedestal on which processing and self-regulation can be effectively built. Okay. Okay. So, and now let us proceed to the process level feedback. And it is focused on the processes needed to perform the task and the alternative processes that can be used. The second feedback level is aimed at the processes used to create the product or complete the task. Feedback at this process level appears to be more effective than at the task level for enhancing deeper learning. Process level feedback can have a powerful interactive effect between feedback aimed at improving the strategies and processes and feedback aimed at the more surface task information. And let's proceed to self-regulation level of feedback. Self-regulation is a self-monitoring feedback, directing, monitoring the processes and tasks. What is the conditional knowledge and understanding needed to know what you are doing? And effective feedback helps students answer these questions. Where am I going? The first question relates to goals. When students or learners understand their goals and what success of those goals look like, then the feedback is more powerful. Without them, feedback is often confusing, disorienting, and interpreted as something about the student, not their task or work. There are two major elements of goals. These are challenge and commitment. Challenging goals relate to feedback in two major ways. First, they inform individuals as to what type or level of performance is to be attained so that they can direct and evaluate their actions and efforts accordingly. Feedback allows them to set reasonable goals and to track their performance in relation to their goals so that adjustments in effort, direction, and even strategy can be made as needed, as cited from Locke and Latham of 1990, of the published 1990 book, page 23. How am I going? Because as we know, this feedback would answer the questions of the learners. Like asking for this question, how am I going? The second question is more related to progress feedback. How am I going? This entails feedback about the past, the present, or how to progress relative to the starting or finishing point, and is often expressed in relation to some expected standard, to prior performance, and or to success or failure on a specific part of the task. Feedback information about progress, about personal best performance, and comparative effects to other students or learners can be most salient to this second question. So feedbacking is very important for the students or the learners to be guided as to how they would be going and how what's their performance in the past and the present, on how they would also progress. And another questions to be answered with this feedback is where to next. The third question is more consequential. Where to next? Such feedback can assist in choosing the next most appropriate challenges, more self-regulation over the learning process, greater fluency and automaticity, different strategies and processes to work on the task, deeper understanding, and more information about what is and what is not understood. So with this feedbacking, this three level of feedback is very important for the teachers, to the parents, and as well as to the learners. Feedbacking is very necessary. And here is the suggested model for the three level of feedback. And as you see on the screen, the three level of feedback, such as the task level, the process level feedback, and the self-regulation level. And here are suggested questions for each specific feedback or task for each specific level. For the task level, as you see in the top, there's a question. Does her answer meet the success criteria? And it goes down to this question. Is her answer correct or incorrect? And if it is correct, then what did he or she do well? And if it is incorrect, it proceeds to this question. How can she elaborate on the answer? And where did she go wrong? Or what part of the task where the learners had go wrong? Or what is the correct answer? And what other information is needed to meet the criteria? And for the feedback at process level, it goes down to these questions. What strategies did he or she use? What other questions can she ask about the task? And if it is incorrect, what is wrong and why? What are the relationships with other parts of the task? And from the question, what is the correct answer? Then it goes down with this question. What is the explanation for the correct answer? Then this is information search strategies. What other information is provided in the handout? What is her understanding of the concepts or knowledge related to the task? And for the feedback at self-regulation level, how can she monitor is her own work done? How can she carry out self-checking? How can she evaluate the information provided? How can she reflect on her own learning? And it's down to these questions. What did you do to? What happened when you? How can you account for? What justification can be given for? What further doubts do you have regarding this task? How does this compare to? What does all this information have in common? What learning goals have you achieved? How have your ideas changed? So these are just suggested questions or topics to be discussed for the feedbacking at the different levels. Task level, feedback at the process level, and feedback at the self-regulation level. And again, I would like to emphasize that in the assessment of the performance of the learners, especially in this COVID time pandemic, feedbacking is very necessary to be done by the teacher, with the parents, and the learners as well. Thank you, and once again, a blessed afternoon to all.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Evelyn. I guess the question on how are we going to assess our learners in the learning modalities that we are using is now gradually answered. Now to complete the presentations, let me introduce to you our panelist speaker to discuss about the guidelines for teachers in determining the appropriate performance tasks for learning standards. Dr. Grace. Okay, so Mom Grace is still fixing his here microphone. Okay, so we still continue to encourage everyone to please stay with us. We are almost done until the end of this webinar. Actually, after this plenary, we will have our breakout session. No? This is very interesting. I think all your questions will be addressed no, during that breakout session. So please stay with us until the end of this webinar. No? Then right after the breakout session, we will be having also our wrap up and the closing program. Okay, I think Ma'am Grace is now ready, so I will now give the platform to Ma'am Grace de la Cruz. Ma'am Grace.
Good afternoon, everyone, especially to our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Lisa Artabilon, to our 3 Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Dr. Armando Gumapon, Dr. Judith Romagira, Dr. Judeline Ramos, our our Chief of the CID, Dr. Lilia Abelio, my co-EPSS, dear district supervisors, school heads, and teachers. I hope you're still there. Good afternoon. My topic is all about the annexes G and H. For Annex G, it's the matrix for sample tools organized by low, medium, and high technology. Assessments for remote learning. This is strategic intelligence brief on assessments for remote learning maps out relevant technologies ranging from low to high forms of technology that can be used for assessing students' learning depending on the person administering the assessment. Because remote learning is more viable in times of emergencies or health outbreaks, learners and their parents or guardians play a larger role in the assessment of learning. Self-administered and parent or guardian-assisted assessments are more likely in the face of limited teacher interaction and technological difficulties. In this document, assessment resources and specific examples that can be administered by teachers, parents, or guardians, and learners are presented. The second part of this document is the mapping of potential assessment resources for the common competencies in the streamlined curriculum. That is the most essential learning competencies or the MELCs. The resources are broken down into low, medium, and high technology. When we say low technology, this is delivering the teaching styles or teaching assessments, delivering assessments or teaching styles with the old method, with the flashcards, the printed materials, no? Examples of this. So we have here the type of relevant assessment resources as classified into 3: low technology, medium technology, high technology. Again, when we say low technology, this is only using those printed materials to supplement activities in assessment, while the medium technology, this is, though we use some gadgets like computer, laptop, or cell phones, but this is on offline learning. So meaning the text, the important matters, the assessment are just recorded and played anytime. And for high technology, this is usually used to highly urbanized cities and municipalities, because when we say high technology, this is scientific technology involving the production or use of advanced or sophisticated devices, especially in the fields of electronics and computers. So in assessment, when teacher is the one administering the assessment, applying the low technology. So these are his or her practices, using the printed supplemental activities and assessments picked up from school or delivered to homes, like flashcards, pop-up books, posters, comics, creative self-evaluation questions at the end of each topic, multicolored post-it that represent level of understanding per page of submitted module, rubrics, Rubistar. For medium type technology or medium technology, we have this bite-sized assessment through SMS. When we say bite-sized, bite-sized assessment, it is an alternative form of assessment to one of the examinations, no? It is small enough to be considered or dealt with easily. It is chunking out your learning content into easy to find and consume nuggets whose meaning can be grouped quickly. So, konti-konti lang, no? Chunking. Considering that you will use through SMS. Ano ba yung SMS? What do you mean by SMS? This means short message service. So short lang talaga. So that is bite size. Or sometimes MMS, multimedia messaging services, pero mahirap ito when if it is online, offline learning. So assessments may be delivered through SMS, text examples or summaries, photo or drawing, voice memo, self-evaluation questions or reflection questions, bite-sized comics, radio, TV plug-ins like CDs, DVDs, and USB storage containing all small-size assessments. So very clear that with the medium technology, the assessment is recorded only or sent through text. For high technology that is still administered by teachers, we have these different formats. We have the PDF format assessments created using an iPad, tablet, or laptop or desktop computer through the following apps or software. So we have these different apps when we apply high technology. Word or Pages, PowerPoint or Keynote, Excel or Numbers, and the iBooks. We also have formative and summative assessments accessed from local online open resources like the DepEd Commons. So we can access this DepEd Commons if we have strong connection. So that is through online learning. Digital assessments, we have ebook, video, audio, or image format, mixed format assessments, and dynamic media created through the following sites and tools. So we have Go2B with this link now below is the blue ones are the links of these different apps. No, for Go2B we have this link below. Then we also have Tingling, Bonsi, Edpuzzle,
We also have Nearpod, Peerdict, Squiggle, Photos, like Camera, Scanner, Canva, Sketch, Piccolage, Photogrid, Photoshop Express, Adobe Lightroom, Snapseed. For videos or time-lapse, we have Video Maker, iMovie, Clips, Adobe, Premiere, Stop Motion, iMotion. For audio or podcast, Voice Recorder Lite, Audacity, Voice, Memos, GarageBand, Anchor, Podbean. For teacher-created digital assessments distributed through online platforms or LMS such as LMS means Learning Mastery System or Learning Management System. So we have this following apps: ClassDojo, Edmodo, Google Classroom, Moodle, Schoology, CISO, Schooler, YouTube, iTunes U, and we also have assessments that involve communication skills like oral report or presentation speech, speech delivery, direct question and answer assessments. This can be done in live video or voice communication through the following platforms. We have DingTalk. We also have Hangouts Meet, Microsoft Teams, Skype, Viber, Messenger, Zoom, Miro. For gamified quizzes. So when we say gamified, these are integrated game mechanics into process of giving assessment. No, gamified quizzes integration with the integration of games. No, quizzes are in the forms of games like Kahoot, Mentimeter, Veryware, Socrative, Quizlet, quizzes, digital flashcards, Quizlets, slides, keynote, PowerPoint, digital teacher-made self-evaluation for students. We have examples are found in Appendix A for examples. Emoji worksheet, self-assessment questions, exit sleep, lesson tweet, rubric scorer, up. Okay, and let's go back to the low technology that is also done by teacher is the rubric maker and rubric, quick rubric. Then apps are given. No, just look at your copy. You have the apps. There are apps given there. For the parent or guardian or para teachers, when these personalities are the ones conducting the test or the assessment, they can use this one for low technology, used learning materials, assessments by older children. But of course, the assessments are taken or are made by the teacher. They are only the ones administering the test or the assessment. For the medium technology, consult teachers through text, messaging, apps, FB Messenger, email. Okay, so that's for medium. And for the high technology, we have this digital copies of basic education curriculum guide or the MELCs for certain grade levels used as a checklist. Okay, we have the sample format in Appendix B. So you can refer that to Appendix B. Given samples are there. Again, for the parent, guardian, or para teachers administration in low technology, we have daily monitoring of children. Avoid questions that would only require yes or no answer. Start with phrase such as "tell me about." Okay, so yes or no questions are the closed questions. So this is not necessarily encouraged. So what is encouraged are those open-ended questions that will allow learners to think about. And another, printed supplemental activities and assessments like flashcards, pop-up books, posters, comics, printed milks used as checklists and rubrics. Usually checklists in these pop-up books are used in K to 3 learners, no? Or even kaning checklist yun, usually sa kindergarten. Again, for the medium technology, bite-sized assessments through SMS. Text examples or summaries, photo drawings, voice memo, self-evaluation questions or reflection questions. Bite-sized copies of information for parents. So bite-sized lang talaga. Even parents don't like to read lengthy words or ocean of words in a paper. Radio or TV plug-ins like CDs, DVDs, and USB storage containing all small-sized assessments. Soft copy of MELFs or curriculum guide for certain grade levels to be used as checklist. So, using checklist, perhaps this is likewise a self-evaluation tool for the MELFs to know how far they have gone in the lessons. For the high technology, again, which is administered by para-teachers or guardians or parents. Digital copies of information for parents such as parenting guides for homeschooling. Sample, this digital copy is sent through email. And so we have this link. Free SIM cards coupled with special data plans. I guess these are not so much applicable in our division because we only have few schools using the online learning. But then again, we still have to know this one. Use online recommended resources for parents from DepEd, Commons, FB groups, etc. for parents doing homeschooling. Home learning support, Firefly Learning, Kaligo Apps, Microsoft Family, My Tutor, Spaghetti Brain. So those are the different apps. There are so many learning apps in open through online this time, especially that we have this homeschooling. Pre-made gamified quizzes with variety of subjects and topics to choose from. We have Kahoot, Socrative, Quizlet, quizzes. Digital flashcards, cards, Quizlet, slides, Keynote, PowerPoint. For the learner himself, if the learner is the one administering the test for himself or herself, we have this printed self-assessment tools. Again, sample is in Appendix B of the guidelines. We have the checklist, free rubrics designed for students' reference. For the medium technology, we have e-journal, bite-sized assessments through SMS, text examples, summaries, or checklists. For the high technology, we have massive open online courses with formative and summative assessments. Example, the apps are the following: Coursera, edX, TED, Earth School. Udemy, Xiao Academy. Self-directed learning content like British Council, DepEd Commons, Facebook Get Digital, Khan Academy, Quizlet, SDG Academy Library, YouTube. For the medium size, we have photo or a checklist or rubric or examples of mastery, voice memo containing information that allow students to check their understanding, such as checklists or self-reflection questions. reflection questions. Bite-sized comics, radio or TV plugins like CDs, DVDs, and USB storage containing all small size assessments. Still on the high technology, we have online peer critiquing done in live video or voice communication through the following platforms: Bing Talk, Hangouts Meet, Microsoft Teams, Skype, Viber, Messenger, Zoom, Miro. So these are the different platforms for online or online assessments. Now, when it requires communication or live videos, communications. Okay, so those are the different matrix samples or matrix tools organized by low, medium, and high technology. This time, let's have the Annex H, or the guidelines for teachers in determining the appropriate performance task for a learning standard. It is strongly suggested that teachers use innovative and suitable techniques in designing and planning performance tasks. So when we say suitable techniques, this is the application of DAP, or the developmentally appropriate practices in designing assessments. The list in Annex B was thoroughly discussed by Ma'am Galaura, no, a while ago or this morning. No, that was Annex B. The samples of summative assessment tools that qualify the performance task in various learning delivery modalities. So that was Annex B. The list in Annex B may serve as a guide in choosing or designing what performance task is most appropriate for a certain learning standard. And it is recommended that teachers conceptualize and contextualize performance tasks depending on the needs and nature of their learners. So in short, application of DAP. Okay. The following are the general characteristics of a performance task that is complex, authentic, and appropriate to the learning targets. That is, this is by Tighe et al. Of 2020. Number one, it heeds the application of knowledge and skills and not just recall or recognition of a concept. A performance task should be an evidence of the learner's understanding and analysis of the lesson. So the performance tasks are designed following the Bloom's taxonomy that shall start from lots or the lower order thinking skills to the HOTS or the higher order thinking skills, and that the learners may practically apply their learnings in real life situations. So that's it. The second characteristic is it is not limited to a single correct answer. Performance tasks should encourage creativity, individuality among learners, and should diminish the notion that there is only one correct way of thinking or there is only one way of solving problems. So aside from the yes or no questions, multiple choice test, selection type test, true or false, open-ended questions are likewise encouraged to allow learners to express themselves freely based on their own perspective and understanding relevant to the concept given. This will likewise allow students or learners to include more information, including feelings, attitudes, and understanding of the subject. In this, the teachers need to be creative enough to be able to design such kind of assessment. Next, the third one, it should be contextualized based on real-life problems. An authentic performance task should mirror realistic conditions where students can pose possible solutions. So in contextualized assessment, the focus is on the students' construction of functioning knowledge and students' performance in application of knowledge in the real work context of discipline area. Assessment tasks reflect the goal of learning. It uses performance-based tasks which are authentic in nature. So that's for contextualized assessment. Then we have the fourth one, the fourth characteristic of authentic assessment. It should provide proof of the learner's understanding through transfer. The keyword there is transfer. So there is transfer of learning. From what a learner learned in school, it is transferred to his or her own world context, sa bahay nila, sa problema niya, kung how to solve his or her problem. An appropriate performance task should subject the learners to a new situation where they can apply the concepts they have learned. The kind of assessment that shows evidence that there is really a transfer of learning from the learner or from the lesson taken up down to real life situation. So the child or learner has that potential or initiative to resolve problems in life based on the lessons he or she learned in schooling. The fifth one, it should be multifaceted or multi-procedural. Performance tasks should involve multiple steps and standards to evaluate several learning targets. So performance tasks shall vary in forms and styles. It shall be gamified, situational, essay, graphical, multiple choice, journals, and so many others. These were even given in Annex B as discussed by Ma'am Galaura. In the not the last one. Number 6, it should be integrative with other learning areas and with 21st century skills. A good performance task exposes the need of applying knowledge from other learning areas and develop or showcase their 21st century skills. Meaningful learning is achieved when the learners are assessed in a way that they are encouraged to see how learning areas are interconnected. So, ano ba yung mga 21st century skills? So, dapat si bata, pag nandyan yung 21st century skills, so he is developed holistically, contributing member of the society, may initiative na talaga. So, hindi yung may common sense na talaga, hindi yung taong yung common sense ay wala sa kanya. Paano yung common sense na nawala sa kanya? Yun ang question kung wala siya sa 21st century skill, So, assessment should be integrative because this seeks to combine students learning from multiple levels into a single assessment. This allows students to make connections between knowledge and learning that span multiple modules and topics. And the last one, for the characteristics of authentic assessment. It should have a clear and well-established scoring rubrics or guideline with relevant criteria. An appropriate performance task does not yield to a single correct answer. Hence, it should provide a clear description of how learners are graded and evaluated. A well-established scoring tool enables an objective-based evaluation, which also gauges varying levels of proficiency. So rubrics are important because they clarify for students the qualities their work should have. For this reason, rubrics help teachers teach. They help coordinate instruction and assessment, and they help students learn. So those were the 7 characteristics of an authentic assessment, no? That teachers must be guided on. So with that, thank you very much. Good afternoon and keep safe, everyone.
Thank you, Ma'am Grace, for that explicit discussion on the guidelines for the teachers in determining the appropriate performance task for learning standards. Before we proceed to the next part of this webinar, we will take time to welcome Zamora for assessment. Mars, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Sir R. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back for the post-test for the 5 questions that I have thrown before the topic that I have presented this morning. So let's go back to the items that we need to answer before going to the breakout session. Okay, so this would serve again your post-test. So let us answer the 5 items. First, okay, true or false? DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020, or the Interim Guidelines for Assessment and Grading in light of the BELCP, supersedes DepEd Order number 8, Series 2020, on Policy Guidelines and Classroom Assessment for the K-12 Basic Education Program. So what's your answer? So if your answer is false, then you are correct, because DepEd Order number 8 does not, number 31 does not supersede DepEd Order number 8. Only that some of the provisions which are inconsistent to DepEd Order number 31 are just suspended. Okay, so the answer is false. Again, it does not supersede. Number 2, DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020, provides that summative assessment in the form of quarterly examination shall be given to learners regardless of the distance learning modalities. True or false? Okay, if your answer is true, then you are correct. I know that you have already digested these things, these ideas from the battery of speakers a while ago. Okay, so despite of the distance learning modalities that we are having this time, still we are going to provide the summative assessment in the form of quarterly examination. Okay, number 3. Teachers should ensure that learners who consistently perform below expectations in summative examinations will receive remediation when? By the end of the grading period, when the pandemic is over, at the end of the school year, by the 5th week of the quarter. If your answer is letter A, then you are correct. By the end of each grading period. Okay, number 4. Which is not a component of the assessment and grading a learner at the end of the quarter, as stated in DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020. Okay, it does not mention about attendance because we are on the remote scheme of modality. Okay, so the answer is letter C, attendance. It was not mentioned. Then the last item is The implementation of the policy shall be monitored and evaluated at least once every quarter by letter A, Schools Division Superintendent, B, Education Program Supervisor, C, Public Schools District Supervisor, and letter D, school heads. So if your answer is letter D, school head, then you are correct. Okay, so I hope that you have already learned or gained insights after the battery of speakers given to you for Dep Ed Order number 31 series of 2020. Thank you so much. Back to you, Sir Art.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Ars. I hope everybody got perfect, no, in the post-test. Well, as stipulated in our program, after the plenary, we shall be having our breakout session. Our education program supervisors are assigned to facilitate each room by learning area. So at this point, I'm sure Sir Julius had already prepared the links and was already given to the participants for this for the breakout rooms, no? So to all participants, we are requested you are requested to log out first in this platform before you can log in. Again, um, to all participants, you need to log out first in this platform before you can log in. So if you have the link, please use the link for the breakout session. All you have to do is to log in the link that was given to you, no? Okay, please be reminded that we are given 1 hour for that session, and please come back here in this plenary after the given time for the wrap up and the closing program. For the non-participants for the breakout session, you can have your break, and please be back after the breakout session. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Sir Sir
For
Lambda.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we will give them a minute to log into their room for the breakout session. We will wait for them mga 2 minutes siguro before so that they can log in to the link for the breakout session.
Yes, ma'am.
And siguro even the education program supervisors are to log out from the link and to log in to the breakout rooms, the link for the breakout.
Mo-out na ni Ma'am Lynn.
Oo, dayon. What will be left in the plenary session link will be the PSDSS.
Okay, ma'am, what time shall we will be back to the main link, to the main room?
Since it's 2:28 and we will have 1 hour, so that kids will not be in a hurry. So it will be 3:30.
Yes, ma'am, 3:30.
Okay, so everybody, the education program supervisors and those who are in the link will again be in the platform using the original link after on 3:30. Hello, good afternoon to the Public Schools District Supervisors. Are you with me now? You are not to log out. You will stay in our platform. May I check the attendance of the PSDSS? Ma'am, I hope that the breakout session will be recorded. I am not sure if this will be if this can be recorded by Julius. We will ask Sir Bilagantol. Okay, so Ma'am Acedo, Sir Tambolero, PSDS, Susumo,
Good
Veras,
afternoon,
Nakuha,
ma'am.
Demonte. Good afternoon. Who else? How about the other? Please Please text present in the platform so that we can start with our discussion once you have present. Kindly type in the chat box. So I have seen Nestor, Sir Lanit, who else? Yes, Sir Magtuba, Ma'am Tombo, na magbagulbol sila, they will be having their feedback nga, may ipaunsa na po ni akong anak. But if they understood about our type of assessment na maayong pagpasabot, so naa dito ang leniency, di ba? Naa dito ang not putting undue pressure to the learners. So, mas okay to siya. So, we are hoping to do that. And then, from time to time, we need your report. We need your feedback. So, not at all times that we will have our teleconference, pero I would love to receive the soft copy of your report. Or there might be some issues and concerns, then how the school and the district mitigate or resolve these issues and concerns. So the strategy in informing the parents, yung sa schools, how are the schools doing this, and what's the technical assistance of the district also, so that it will be possible for the schools to inform the parents para there is mutual understanding. Kasi, di ba, assessment is also the responsibility of the parents and the learners as well as the teachers and us, because we are here to support them. So feedback reporting, including questions of teachers, clarifications of teachers, and the answer to the clarification of the teachers. So we need to know all of this kasi we are now in the front lines and everybody's watching us. Everybody, as in all the everybody's interested about DepEd this time. So I hope na kanang na we are meeting halfway, and we are but I want to hear from you also regarding this one. Any comment about reporting? What can you say about that? Yes, may I hear from you? May I hear from
Okay,
you?
ma'am.
Pasensya na ha, pasensya sa mga nato, reporting. And
Hello,
then,
ma'am.
and then, all learning areas have their di ba, naatay breakout session karon, and they are very busy discussing all of them. We are like in a marketplace in this office right now. Everybody's trying to talaga kanang trying her or his best to have his or her voice heard by the participants in her room in the breakout session. So I would also request you to get the feedback from your coordinators. Importante po to na before your coordinators will relate that to the teachers, ikaw muna. Because you are not with them now. We are not with them now. Pero in the district level, it will be implementation of all of this per learning area. Now, what's the input of English? How does the Aralpan also relate in order 31st in Aralpan, in TLE, in senior high? All of this will be a conglomeration of all the ideas that you need to get from all of them. So it's good that it will be you first to know the input of the education program supervisors to your coordinators before it will be given to the teachers. Kasi if you can see this one, makuha na nimo, so you have a view of all of this. The English is this one. For science, this will be the assessment that has been discussed specifically, because they are now discussing specifically in their own learning area. Para naa na lang yung kay the PSDS has the grasp of the discussion of all the learning areas now regarding DepEd order number 31st. So like what we are doing before the conduct of this activity, DepEd Order number 31st, I started with the education program supervisors. We have our own orientation also. We have our own discussion before we have given this to the field. And that after that, I also gathered you and I have given you the modality on how we are to conduct this orientation. So there are processes before we arrive to this activity. So I hope you will do the same also so that smoothly it will be easier for you in the district level. Then you can also establish feedbacking strategy. We in the division office, we have our reportorial committee and we have our reportorial group chat. All the reports that we are to submit in the region, we are to post the report in our reportorial group chat. So that if the superintendent will need the report or if the SDS will need the report, we will go back to the submitted report in the reportorial group chat. So that our reportorial group chat now has a compilation of all the reports that we have submitted, including the time and the date of the submission to the regional office. So that the top management, the SDS, will just view, we already have complied this one. If it will not be noted in the regional level, then we can just go back, ma'am, we have emailed this. We have posted and we have emailed. It is in our reportorial group chat. So in fact, if I will be done before I'll submit also my report, the report I will get from you, I will post that also in our reportorial group chat. So you can do the same in the district level. Uh, Adapt or employ some strategies that will make it easier for you also to submit to us if you have this. So it's 3:35 and we will have our plenary. We will go back to our plenary. Are there some inputs that you would want to share? Are there some ideas that you would want to share before we will have our wrap up? Any? Actually, we are not done with our conference. Katong conference na itong reporting, I will just mo schedule lang po as the need arises nga ma-vacant kamay so that we can talk even 30 minutes or even half day. Di na guys siguro ang half day. We just want to hear from each other more often. Para kan lang ba kanang na ang we may not make it too formal. We just want to hear from each other and I want to hear from you para na po ko ika-istorya sa superintendent that these are the things that we are doing. Okay? No more sharing of ideas and thoughts that would also benefit the others. Yes, who is this, please?
Hello, ma'am. Mr. Tambolero, ma'am.
Yes, Ray. Yes, Ray.
With regards to the readiness report, shall we submit it again with the 3 links, the one, or we will just have the update of the modules retrieved and being distributed?
I want Ray. We will utilize the link given, and if there are some data that needs to be updated using the link, it will be updated. But if other data stands as is, as this, the same as the previous, so siguro notation na lang na for this column, refer to, it may be like that. Actually, I have not seen it. I am a collaborator of this according to Sir Inding, but it's Sir Inding utilizing. Anytime that the regional office will request report regarding data on readiness and the harmonized report, it's Sir Inding consolidating and we will just inform Sir Inding, and right away it will be submitted to the region. Ana lang siya, Ray, pero I would like to request the PSDS to please update weekly. If there's a need to, we need to update. Please, advise your ITO, your IT officer in the district to visit the link from time to time. Baka there are links that are not updated so that you can update.
Katong duha ka link adto ma'am, murag pare-pareha raman gid gihapon to kay katong sa mga facilities, information with regards to the facilities, the additional, katong mga donations being given from their stakeholders. Walay ko na to, walay update, di na lang pud mi mo sulod dito. Ang kasagaran adto ma'am, ang katurang kuan, katurang modules being distributed for the week and retrieve. Murag maorad jud toy makuha na mo ma'am.
Yes, okay, oo. Kasi we are, weekly ang monitoring sa region. Sige, Ray. Ato, very important data dito siya. Okay, because the central office is giving us the funding, so they just want to also see to it and ensure na we are utilizing the funding as intended. That's why they are monitoring. Yes, Ray. Please update.
With regard to the module, we have already conducted our kumustahan sa Serious Menya 1, and it transpired that the senior high school have problem with regards to senior high school or junior high school with regards to the module. Who will answer daw the activity nga katong ang ilahang gi-specify ato di lang kuno kay kadtura ang Filipino og science do na siya questions dayon kinsa man kuno mo check ato ang science teacher ba o ang Filipino teacher ana ba nga kuan
because it is
you are already informed by kuan Mr. Montilla regarding this ma'am.
No feedback yet. So, because it is an integrated module, so it's junior because we do not have modules from the regional office for senior. So it's junior high school. So, it's an integration man good is, for example, utilizing English to develop, utilizing science to develop the skills in English. So, the lesson is in English, but the content is in science. But, ang akong nakita sa regional module is, it is labeled. Gilabel ra po nila nga, this is science, this is math. So, tanawon ang label mo na.
Ang instruction ma'am yun sa lunggo isulat kung ang magsulat ng isulat kung ang pangungusap ay nagpakita ng kinetic energy or sa dayon
it's in Filipino.
So
Ray, may I request you to give me the detail what grade level and what week is it? The grade level and the week para I could scan on it with the EPS.
Yes, ma'am. I will forward this to you, ma'am.
Just text to me because we are now. Actually, I am displaying all the modules here in the CID office so that you can just scan and peruse and check the modules. The EPSs actually are checking the modules and giving their feedback, and we sent the feedback to the regional office per learning area. So tanawon sa na dayon namo, Ray. So I will wait for your info, kanang feedback on the week and the module and the grade and the week.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any other concern? Because we are now to go back to our plenary. So that after this, whatever kana bitang mga feedbacking nato during our conference, I will share to you so that we will learn from each other. we will learn from each other. That's why I am getting feedback. So, shall we now go back to the plenary? Actually, we are in our plenary link. Then we will allow them to go back to be back to the plenary link. Are we now okay? Are we good?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay na ta? We will wait for them. Kinsa pa? Kindly, Mike. They are still discussing. Are they still discussing? Tanawa daw. Okay, so thank you so much, dear PSDSS. Wag mo ka basa, mabasa sa ako dai. Who is bringing this? Actually, the FSS are still discussing. Oh, they are still discussing. Is there something that you would want to share or an addition to what I have shared to you? They are, I think, 80% or 90% of the discussion with your coordinators.
Hello, Ma'am Lil.
Hi, Glenn.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Regarding the secondary, ma'am, modules. Now, at first, ma'am, katong sa primero pa jud, they are confused. Kay every subject nila ang checking of modules. Then I suggested nga ang advisor try mo check sa modules, ang subject teacher mo provide o answer kay. Kay aron di na bitaw ma-hassle, ma'am. Dayon ang sa subject teacher nga wala na po'y matrabaho, mutabang sa mga teacher sa pag-check na po din sa modules kung naa na sila free time. Giingana na ako, ma'am, para dili kayo makuhan kay ang subject teacher nag-uol naman kayo daghan kayo ilaha like English kung nag-English lang sila tanan no 300 400 students ilang checkan. Then sudman, ma'am, kay daghan na kayo hikap sa modules. Whereas kung advisor lang ang check sa modules, usaray gyud mo check, usaray mo hikap sa modules.
And then
anak lang po nako, ma'am.
Oh, and then the advisor furnish the score to the
yes, ma'am.
Teacher.
Yung anak na lang gyud among kuan, ma'am, ang advisors na lang gyud mo check tanan. Then the subject teacher will provide the answer. Okay, para dili na kayo, ma'am, to avoid anang touching, ma'am.
So okay ra po sa advisor because the advisor will be checking, for example, in a week, there will be how many learning areas. Okay ra po sa advisor.
Okay na, ma'am, kay sila man pong tanan. Kay sa pagkakaroon, ang ingon ko, kay may face to face, kung pwede tanan na agyo sila advisory kay para matabangan tanan. Giingana na lang gyud pud nako ma'am ang paagi para gyud sa para pud awareness na lang pud ba ma'am.
So, okay, especially that there will be quizzes that will be administered. Oo, so,
Yes ma'am.
yes, okay po siya, Glenn, kasi the advisor could not just furnish the answers to them. So, agad to yung subject teacher. Then, the subject teacher will also note down sa result.
Yes,
Kasi
tanan ma'am, siya
para,
tanan.
oo. So, nice naman po siya. Okay man po siya, Glenn. Ang importante na it will, they have their agreement. Ayun, everybody has a share of the load.
Yes, task.
Na
Sharing
not,
of tasks.
not only the advisor has this greater kanang workload.
Yes,
Okay na siya,
ma'am.
Glenn, as long as agreed by the body.
Yes, ma'am. Agreed tanan kay at first week namo kay mura mag dili jud kayo kan ba. Mura dili manageable ang sa kadaghan nga kung ansiran din daghan kay mohikap sa modules. Gid siya angayan. Motong yun ko, di kay di required unta nila og notebook. Inko daghan na kay jud bitaw nga daghan na bang gunitan. So, motong na come out mi nga modules sige ansiran dili na mo-provide og mga notebook nga paansiran kay aron ra gyud to avoid pud anang daghan na lagi kay hawid-hawiran. Motong na ingana na dayon nga ang subject teachers mo provide og answer kay sa advisor din wa na say work ang mga subject teacher mo tabang og check sa modules.
Okay. As long as there's division of labor. Thank you so
Yes,
much,
ma'am.
Glenn. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
ma'am. Thank
Glenn,
you.
for sharing to us. Yes. May I na, Sir Lamdag, are we done with our breakout session? Sir Lamdag?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Are we done? All
Others are still ongoing pa, ma'am, like other subjects.
Okay. So, because we are to inform Sir, actually, I already informed Sir Gumapon because next will be the wrap-up of Sir Gumapon of our activity.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Sir Lamdag. Who else is conducting the breakout? Who else not yet done?
English, Ma'am Grace for the kinder, not yet done. Then also with Ma'am Labad for the school hits, not yet done. So maybe we will give them a 3 minutes to finish their discussions.
Hello, Sir Lamda. Sir. Sir, I think we need to have our wrap up this time because those who are in Facebook and YouTube, they might leave the link, they might leave the platform. I don't know if they are still with us. Sir Julius, Dilagantol are those in the FB live, are they still with us? How many yun? Oh, okay. So they are still with us. Isa pa na. Sir Lamdag,
you that you use, no? When we started this webinar. Okay, so can we now proceed to the last part, ma'am? Ma'am Lil?
yes, yes, sir Lamdag, will now
Okay,
wrap up.
welcome back to this platform. I hope everybody is here again. Um, I guess everything is cleared, no? I hope all the issues and concerns pertaining to our subject areas regarding the modules were already resolved. Okay, at this point, we're really honored that we have with us, despite of his hectic schedule, our very dynamic and supportive Assistant Schools Division Superintendent to wrap up all the lesson that we discussed in this webinar. So without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Armando P. Kumapon.
Thank you very much, Sir Lamdag. Good afternoon to everyone, especially to our Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Lisa Tabilon, my fellow Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Ma'am Judith B. Romagera, and Ma'am Maria Judilyn Ramos, my fellow government workers. Good afternoon to everyone. Mayang hapon kanatong tanan. This orientation on DepEd Order number 31, series of 2020, started this morning, and our schools division superintendent, Ma'am Lisa, in her message, mentioned that this is in order to capacitate and empower us in the area of assessment to continually deliver quality education, because we know that we are on the modular and digital type of education because of this pandemic, and that is why there should be capacitating, there should be some activities to capacitate our educators. This is in order to transform, according to her, from mediocrity to being empowered. And she also mentioned about the hiring of para teachers or PSB teachers. And this is in order that everybody will be guided in the performance of our task. And she also mentioned that we should not only read and know this DepEd order, but we should think ways on how to do this. And this reminds me of that biblical injunction, bulahan katong nagabasa nini mga pulunga o nakadungog, apan mas bulahan tong nagabuhat sa mga nining nasulat diri sa nining kasulatan. Then SDS Ramos, in her statement of purpose, posed that question for us to ponder: how sure are we that what we are assessing are the learnings of our learners and not of the parents? because we know that in the modular type of learning, of course, our learners are there at home and they answered our modules, and then of course they are being assessed, or they are being somewhat assessed by their parents. And that statement also that everybody is a genius. So we should have a variety of assessment because of that statement of Albert Einstein, the very known genius, in which Albert Einstein stated, but if everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will take its whole life believing that it is stupid. And Ma'am Ramos also mentioned that report na may nag-suicide, no? But there is no direct evidence connecting that to the crime of suicide, no? Because of our modules. Then CID Chief Abilio discussed about DepEd Order number 31 series of 2020 dated October 2, 2020, in which because of the commitment of DepEd to ensure teaching and learning continuity, that is why DepEd issued this DepEd Order number 31. And this is to supplement also DepEd Order number 12. And then assessment is integral for understanding student learning and development. And also, a variety of assessment strategies is necessary, with formative assessment taking priority to inform teaching and promote growth and mastery. And also, in assessment and feedback should be shared responsibility among teachers, learners, and families. And assessment and grading should have a positive impact on learning. Then, Education Program Supervisor Samuras, Ma'am Arcelita, discussed on the Ma'am Samuras, on the rationale, the scope, the definition of terms, no, of the different order. And then she mentioned that this is to be implemented for public, secondary, elementary, secondary schools nationwide for school year 2020-2021, and even for private schools, technical vocational institutions, and higher education institutions, state and local universities and colleges offering kindergarten to 12, grade 12. Then private schools, it was also mentioned, are permitted to modify in connection with their vision, mission, and values. Then, of course, the definition of terms on the classroom assessment, summative assessment, formative assessment, and grading. And also on the policy statement, that DepEd is committed to ensure learning continuity even in this time of pandemic. And then assessment principles, then the procedures, no, in which that non-mandatory self-monitoring tool, it is highly recommended to track the learning of our learners. Then for the planning, she also mentioned, Samuras also mentioned on the planning assessment, then teachers need to be creative and flexible, but adhere to the principles of quality assessment practice, in which it should be aligned with the MELPs or the minimum competencies, then reliable, valid, and transparent, fair and inclusive, practical, manageable for both learners and teachers, give learners range and feedback. Then on the formative assessment and summative assessment, EPS Antonio Lau discussed on conducting assessment remotely, in which he mentioned that is on communicating the assessment task. So it should explain the objectives of the assessment, roles of learners and parents and guardians, procedure, expected and timeline, and standards and rubrics. And teachers must consult the learners and when necessary, parents and guardians to allow room for adjustment and flexibilities needed if any. Then, sabi niya, upang malaman natin kung saan sila nagkamali. No? May awitin na saan ako nagkamali. No? Then, EPS Ismail Yusuf discussed on grading and promotion, in which Sir Yusuf showed samples of computation of written and performance tasks in math, science in grade 1 to grade 10, and sample computation for MAPI, EPP, TLA for grade 1 to grade 10. Then APS Anita Subebe, the role of technology, in which it is a judicial notice that technology plays a substantial role in helping teachers in the development, communication, implementation of and grading of assessment tasks. Then she also mentioned about monitoring and evaluation, in which school heads shall be primarily responsible in supervising the implementation of this policy in their schools, ensuring that the provisions are communicated to all concerned stakeholders in the community. And then the regional office and the schools division office shall jointly monitor the compliance of schools regarding these guidelines, and the CLMD of the regional office and the CID of the schools division office are primarily tasked in this. Then school level shall be monitored and evaluated at least once every quarter by the school heads. Then the effectivity of this shall be meaning this DepEd order shall take effect immediately upon its approval and shall remain in force and effect until it is revoked. Then EPS Landag discuss on the Annex A, that is techniques for its formative assessment strategy and formative assessment strategies. Also talk about synchronous and synchronous learning. And then she mentioned on the, of course, the asynchronous email, text, mobile message, social media, LMS, then synchronous phone call, video call, live chat. Then EPS Galaura discuss on Annex B, sample summative assessment tools that qualify as performance tasks in various learning delivery modalities. Then samples for performance tasks in the different subject areas. Then she also presented on the monitoring report, particularly in Labason District and Butala 1 and 2 districts. EPS Dolier on the rubrics, Annex C on the rubrics, in which, of course, the definition of the rubrics, and then the essential features of rubrics, no? One of these is the descriptive title. Then also types of rubrics, the holistic and the analytic. Then APS Pihibuni discuss on Annex D, sample integrated performance task, no, in which she presented a sample. For example, the role, the object, situation, sample lockdown, then the product, create a blog, informative write-up report. Then EPS Bilieno on Annex E, sample self-monitoring tool. No, then EPS Laban on Annex F, 3-level model of feedback. No, the task level on feedback, the self-regulation. No, then of course that will answer the question for the student: where am I going? Then EPS Grace de la Cruz on Annex G, assessment for remote learning. Annex H, guidelines for teachers in determining the appropriate performance task for a learning standard. Then type of relevant assessment resource. We have low technology, medium technology, high technology. And after that, CID Chief Abelio asked the feedbacks of the different public schools district supervisor, while the different breakup groups had their discussion on the different topic, yung mga sa feedback nila, yung sa breakup session nila. So far, those are the things, important features on the conduct of the orientation on DepEd Order number 31, Series 2020, dated October 2, 2020. So what is important is that, as what was mentioned by Ma'am Lisa, that this will empower us, this will capacitate us in order that we will be able in the field of assessment, because assessment is very important to track also the learning of our learners, especially in this learning modality that we are now in connection with this pandemic. So this is in order to transform from mediocrity to being empowered, according to our schools division superintendent. So thank you very much, and that's all. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. God bless us all.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for sharing your time with us, and that message. I know very well that this is going to go a long way, helping our learners, helping our teachers implement this new type of assessment, just to ensure that learners achieve the essential curricular goals in time of this pandemic. And so I appeal to all of you, my dear fellow educators, that you please be very generous enough to share all the lessons and insights that we gain, from this webinar, especially to our teachers who will be implementing this new assessment, and much more to the parents who will be there, who will be assisting their children, who will be taking the active role of being the learning facilitator. It's really best that we have mentored them. It's really best that we provide them a lot of guidance and reminders on how their children will go about the learning activities that are provided them in relation to the implementation of the new assessment strategy. But then again, we are so thankful to our dear participants for bearing with us even up to this time. and also to the resource speaker. Thank you very much. And before we will end this webinar, I think we will have a photo off. It we will do it by district. May I request all the first congressional districts to please open your camera for our picture. Okay, so shall we now take the picture? Ready? Please open your camera.
Ganda.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Sharla is taking the picture for us.
Okay, Sharla, please take the picture.
Hello. Hello, Ma'am Ninin.
Lumay, are you already done?
Okay, sige. Thank you so much. Open ko na lang, no? Ha? Okay. May I request you to please, request ako kadto pagkaon for a while there. Charla is taking the picture. I will count. I will count. I'll count. Please face the camera with your smile. 1, 2.
Wala ko makita.
Sir Gumapon with us. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you so much. My again. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Next, sir, Lamdag.
Okay, next, thank you very much. Next, second congressional district participants. Please open your camera for the picture.
Second CD with us is, how about the education program supervisors with us also? Yes, I'll count. 1, please face the camera. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you so much. Requesting
Okay.
other supervisors. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. We will now move to the third congressional district. May I request all participants in the third congressional district to please open your camera.
I said the Paul. Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
So,
Hello, Ma'am Lel.
may sa platform karon. Ay, Sir Lumarda. Sim.
Yes, ma'am.
At your farm. Are you in your monitoring this?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Nangitag signal, ma'am. Nga taas-taas, ma'am.
Oh, naa ka sa bungtod.
Yes.
At the farm. At the farm. Ay, bato sa likod.
No, nangitag signal.
Signal. Okay.
Yes,
Camera. Let's face the camera. Thank you. Okay, I'll count. I'll count. I'll count. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you so much. I miss aning nangitag signal. Simdo. Sir Gumapon, this is Sir Simdo Lomarda of Kudod na nawala na noon.
Sir Armando. Hello. Hello, sir. Afternoon.
Oh, at least na magkita-kita sa ano. Oh. Sir, si Alci. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sir Lamdag. Shall we proceed to the next part?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So